Now listen to you know who. Yeah, fuck around and get your head bust. You are not a threat. You just set bluff. Talk a lot of shit when the feds rush. Snitching on your friends, running like you the man. Homie, please. You sex plus. I'm not to play with Bobby. Old kind of flavor when I'm fouling, ducking. Old kind of agent when I'm wilding. BK where I'm from. One man, one gun, one bitch, one brick. Double script for my ones. I'll be stunting on you niggas in my 2-0. Fuck.
Also, just read a sentence from a guy named Robert Mueller leading these questions.
The notion again, you mentioned Lord what Barr said this morning. It says right here, third, the president's intent, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with many of the president's acts. Many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestion of possible future pardons, took place in full public view.
So I guess the Attorney General presumed that we were not a literate nation who could then go back and read the 400 pages and actually identify, even in a Control F function, to go through the document and actually see that what he has presented has been misleading. Not only the first bite at the apple, but the second one on camera, which really leads me to say that not only is talking about the missed opportunity about rising above politics, there's an issue for the Department of Justice now. The president for the last 22 months has been undermining the integrity and credibility of the FBI, the intelligence community, and the Department of Justice. They have pushed back and said, no, we actually are credible and have maintained our integrity. Now the very head of the Department of Justice has now said, oh, no, I didn't want you to actually read it. Just trust me in what I said. Now when you verify the document, it doesn't hold up.
I just say one thing about that, because I think one of the points that Barr would make, and this isn't a defense of Barr, but Barr's, the thing that you're saying that he lied about, that he's misleading about, which was the president didn't stop anything that would have prevented Mueller from finishing his report, right? That's what he said. And we know that the report...
Well, the investigation. That's the important
part. Investigation, okay. We know that this report details instance after instance of the president trying to stop the investigation, trying to undermine the investigation, trying to convince witnesses not to cooperate, etc. So obviously the spirit of what Barr said is false. But technically, the investigation finished, and there is a conclusion, and there is a Mueller report. It is overly lawyerly language. It is misleading language. It is the kind of language you want in a defense attorney, not necessarily in an attorney general for the United States Department of Justice. But that is what he did today. I think that almost makes it worse, because he knows what he did and how misleading.
And I don't agree that it should just the press and lots.
And you also have there's stuff in here about the president's written response.
Right, exactly. As we're sort of comparing how Barr has handled this, he said today during the press conference that the White House, quote, fully cooperated, as we're talking about. But in this report, the special counsel said it found Trump's written answers to the team, quote, inadequate. And here's what it goes on to say. It says the special counsel agreed to receive written responses from Trump, but it, quote, viewed the written answers to be inadequate. We noted, among other things, that the president stated on more than 30 occasions that he, quote, does not recall or, quote, remember or have an independent recollection of information called for by the questions. Other answers were incomplete or imprecise, the report says. So basically, this is sort of a scathing criticism of...
Just think about that for a moment. In written answers, the president of the United States is saying he doesn't recall. I mean,
over
you have
over 30,
you have plenty of
more
time,
than 30 occasions.
right, but you have plenty of time to like check your file of fact. I mean, you can. It's not like he's answering in real time. These are lawyered up, prepared
That's
things.
any lawyer.
Right, I know, but it's so ludicrous.
There's a tweet for everything. This is not just an ordinary president. This is a president who has said he has one of the great memories of all time. So the notion, and I've been reading through the answers, and when you see them one after another, virtually every answer begins, I have no independent recollection. Now, this is an example of good lawyering by Rudy Giuliani, Jay Sekulow, who are not exposing him to criminal prosecution.
It's not all that advanced lawyering. I don't have a law degree. I could have told them to say that.
I'm trying to say something nice here. Okay, yeah. It's like, but it is true that to see the answers in succession is, even by lawyer standard, kind of hilarious because they all begin the same way.
Let's bring in Laura Jarrett, our Justice Department correspondent. Laura, just to talk about these two things, because very clearly earlier today, Attorney General Barr said things that do not seem to pass the smell test. One, he said that the Robert Mueller did not kick the question of obstruction of justice to Congress, and I don't know any other way to read this than to say he's kicking it to Congress. And two, he said that the White House cooperated in every possible way and did not impede the investigation. And again, we have the special counsel saying that the written answers from the White House were inadequate, that he said he didn't recall things or remember things more than 30 occasions, that the White House, the president, tried to convince witnesses not to cooperate, etc. Doesn't that strike you as surprising coming from a man like William Barr, who did have a reputation before taking this current job for being an establishment type character who wouldn't risk his reputation to protect someone like President Trump?
But he also has a reputation of a very broad view of executive power. And I think what we saw earlier today, and even what we saw several weeks ago with his 4-page letter, is an attempt to have a political narrative here that is crystal clear and presents the most charitable view for the president. He went out of his way today to say on every possible occasion, look, the president was facing an unprecedented situation. Of course he was angry. Of course he was lashing out. Of course he was saying all kinds of things to his officials and his administration. But what's pretty clear here is that Robert Mueller is very troubled by it. He obviously doesn't decide to exercise traditional prosecutorial judgment, but he's really wrestling with all of these different acts, so much so that he lays out for Congress, sort of chapter and verse, a roadmap for obstruction of justice. I mean, Congress can take this 400 pages right now and do everything it wants. It doesn't need a referral from Barr. That was a political decision. That was a political win that the Attorney General chose to make at the beginning of this day. And the fact that he did it before we saw the report, I don't think helped the president on this, because the report now speaks for itself. And the report itself is so detailed and so damning on so many different issues. And I think it's going to be hard for Barr to now explain when he has to go to Capitol Hill in a couple weeks, on May 1st, he's scheduled to go up there and defend the report, and he's going to have to answer all these questions, and I don't know how he walks that back.
Though we should point out, Pam Brown just reading, the president's attorneys it's the president's attorneys. They have released now the entire written statement that the president made to Mueller. I don't know if this is something that the Department of Justice gave them a heads up about in advance so that they would have this prepared in order to release it, but apparently now they have just released it.
Right, and I want to be able to actually read this before commenting on it too much, but basically the lawyers are now releasing the questionnaire that the president answered that we were just talking about on air. What they want to do clearly is to rebut that what special counsel is saying, that it was inadequate, the responses were inadequate, and give more context to the more than 30 occasions where the president says do not recall. But one part that I am seeing in this that is relevant is about the Don Jr. Meeting at Trump Tower and whether the president had any recollection or any heads up about this meeting happening, the offer of Russian dirt. And the answer to that was the president says, I do not recall being aware during the campaign of communications between Donald Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner, and any member or representative of the Aguilera family, Robert Goldstone, Natalia Veselnitskaya, whose name I was not familiar with, or anyone I understood to be a Russian official. So there the president saying that he has no recollection of knowing about the meeting in advance. But of course, we're still looking for this.
But not saying he didn't know in advance, just saying he
no recollection.
And this goes back and shows us another lie that the White House told, whether it was knowing or not, when they said the president didn't dictate the misleading statement about that meeting. And of course, we later learned from his attorneys in a statement to the special counsel that he did dictate it, something Sarah Sanders never explained, and the reporters asked repeatedly, why did you say he certainly didn't dictate it if he did dictate it? And then from this report, we're learning that Donald Trump Jr. actually was worried about the statement his dad wanted to put out because he wanted the word primarily to be in there to imply that the meeting could have been about other things other than adoptions. And Hope Hicks wrote back that the president was worried about including the word primarily. And of course, ultimately, that word was included, but it shows how they went back and forth. Now the president wanted to put out as little as possible about that meeting in a statement.
And it's an interesting part of the of the report because Mueller goes into detail, quite some detail, about the fact that President Trump led the charge to lie about this Trump Tower meeting. But ultimately, Mueller concludes, and I think we all said this at the time, it's not a crime to lie to the public. It's not a crime to lie to reporters.
which is lucky for this White House.
If it were a crime to lie to the American people, this would be quite a damning document. Let's go to Jim Acosta at the White House right now, who has some added information about the White House and their response to all this. Jim?
Well, so far, Jake, they're pretty quiet, and we do expect to hear from the president when he leaves this afternoon for his Easter vacation. He is expected to stop and talk to reporters. We're making efforts, everybody's making efforts at this point to make sure that we get that covered. But just to jump off what you were just saying a few moments ago, I mean, I think these responses that Pam just talked about are very, very important because when I've talked to legal sources inside the president's legal team, what they've said to me is that one of the key decisions that was made that really, I think, shielded the president from a lot of problems here in this Mueller report was this insistence that he only provide these written responses. I've talked to a couple of sources inside the president's legal team who said, you know, and we've heard this publicly to some extent, that there was just no way they were ever going to let the president go in there and sit down with Mueller's team and get peppered with questions for hours and hours, leading to, you know, just about any possibility that you can imagine. One of those possibilities being that he might not tell the truth about something that he knows about.
Oh, come on. Fuck.
sources inside the president's legal team who said, and we've heard this publicly to some extent, that there was just no way they were ever going to let the president go in there and sit down with Mueller's team and get peppered with questions for hours and hours, leading to, just about any possibility that you can imagine. One of those possibilities being that he might not tell the truth about something that he knows about. And so that is why I think that these written responses really went a long way in shielding the president from having any kind of problem here in terms of collusion or obstruction of justice. One thing we should also point out is that there was this huge mystery over the last couple of weeks as to, what was going on. Were there consultations and conversations going on between the Justice Department and White House lawyers and so on? Jay Sekulow, who is a member of the president's outside legal team, just told me that, and he told Pam Brown some of this as well, that they went over Tuesday afternoon to review the Mueller report, and that, according to Jay Sekulow, there was no interaction, is the way he put it, no interaction between the president's legal team and Justice Department attorneys over there at the Justice Department, that the outside legal team did this review inside the SCIF, that secure compartmentalized area of various government buildings here in Washington where classified information, sensitive information can be reviewed, and that's what happened Tuesday afternoon. But according to Sekulow, they did not have interactions with the Justice Department at that time. Now, I asked the question after that review of the Mueller report, that you then go to the president and talk about this, and Jay Sekulow said, we're not going to get into conversations that we have with the president. But it seems abundantly clear if you look yesterday, Jake and Anderson, the way the president was responding to all of this, he was saying in that interview on WMAL here in Washington, he was making it sound as though he was feeling pretty good about all of this, that the Attorney General was going to come out and say some strong things, and that he had taken things by the horns. That was, I think, a very clear indication that the president at this point felt pretty good about how all of this was unfolding. One other thing ultimately that should be pointed out, guys, and that is, no matter how the public reads this Mueller report, as Jeffrey Toobin and others have been saying, it's just undoubtedly the case that the public is just going to have a very partisan reaction to all of this. And when I talked to people inside the Trump campaign, Trump advisors earlier this morning, they just feel like this is a complete victory. I talked to one Trump advisor who said this is a $40 million bill of health, clean bill of health for the president, because they feel, in the public's mind, folks will be just so divided over this that you're not really going to pull Trump supporters or Republicans into the category of saying, okay, it's time to impeach the president. They just are very confident inside Trump world, inside the White House, inside the Trump campaign, that's just not going to come to pass after all of this, guys.
All right, Jim. The Mueller report, 2 years and countless hours, has concluded that there was no criminal conspiracy between members of the Trump team and the Russian government. It ultimately does clear them on the most important part of this, and is good news.
It's great news for the country that the President of the United States and the people around him were not actually colluding with an adversary.
But for anyone to read these 2 volumes and say this is a clean bill of health
or that the president is completely exonerated, and that exonerated on obstruction of justice, no obstruction.
That's not true.
That you can't say.
That's not true. And also, we're learning after Trump publicly asked Russia to hack Hillary Clinton's emails at the July 2016 press conference, then private citizen Donald Trump privately and repeatedly, quote, asked individuals affiliated with his campaign to find those deleted Hillary Clinton emails. Evan Perez is back with us. Evan?
Jake, you'll remember that the candidate Trump and certainly people in the campaign were very obsessed with this idea that there were 30,000 Hillary Clinton emails, and they believed that if they could find those, that would sink her campaign. And that's what the special counsel is referring to here in this. There's a July 2016 event with candidate Trump publicly calls on Russia to find those emails, those deleted emails. I believe we have a clip of that. Let's play that.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
And right after the candidate does this, Mike Flynn and other people in the campaign decide to try to do this, and the Russians also react to the candidate Trump. making these comments publicly. We have a part of the report that I'll quote. It says, within approximately 5 hours of Trump's statement, GRU officers, this is the Russian intelligence services, GRU officers targeted for the first time Clinton's personal office. After candidate Trump's remarks, Unit 26165 created and sent malicious links targeting 15 email accounts and then the rest of this is redacted. This is a reference to the fact that the Russians essentially appear to be, at least according to the special counsel report, at least the timing here is unmistakable, that they were reacting to the fact that candidate Trump was egging on the Russians to try to help find these emails that they really believe were going to be damaging to Hillary Clinton's campaign. And then beyond what the Russians were doing, Michael Flynn himself was reaching out to multiple individuals, according to the report today. Michael Flynn, in fact, reached out to someone named Peter Smith. He's a GOP operative that apparently was then spent several weeks trying to do exactly this, to try to talk to people he believed were Russian hackers that could find these emails, these missing thousands of Hillary Clinton emails. In the end, according to the special counsel, Peter Smith did not actually talk to anybody who was a Russian hacker. He thought he was, but he actually didn't make contact with anybody. And in the end, also, Peter Smith killed himself in 2017 in the middle of this investigation. Again, with one of the mysteries of what was going on here during the Mueller investigation. But it goes to show you guys how some of the comments that the candidate Trump made, obviously going beyond what he said as president, which we now look at as obstruction, right? There were public comments. There were also public comments he was making when he was a candidate that had an impact in what was going on behind the scenes with the Russians, with people inside his campaign. Back to you.
Evan, thanks very much. Can we just say that if you put in a novel that a candidate for president of the United States said, Russia, if you're listening, go look for the emails, and then Russian intelligence within the next 5 hours went and started looking for the emails, I mean, people would say, oh, come on. I mean, stuff like that doesn't happen in the real world. But that story that Evan just told and, recounted in the report is so extraordinary. I mean, I think we need to keep our ability to be astonished.
Yeah. And one of the things that's interesting about it is that is theoretically collusion. Again, collusion is not a legal term, but that is collusion in plain sight. That is the president of the United States, whether he was joking or not, asking Russia to do something, Russia attempting to do it to help him, trying to hack into Hillary Clinton's email server. But according to the definition of conspiracy as Mueller lays out, there has to be an agreement, and there was not. There was not an agreement.
Right. And even though Mueller says that the campaign knew or believed that release of emails would benefit the campaign, so they knew that they had a motive to want them to be released. I do want to go to Pam Brown because obviously this is a 400-page report. We've been going through it and finding things pop up as you're going through this. You found something else.
Yeah, that Robert Mueller's team investigated one of the more salacious claims in the dossier about whether there was a compromising tape of President Trump in Moscow from 2013 during the Miss Universe pageant, and whether the president knew about its rumored existence during the campaign. And according to the report, in October of 2016, prior to the election, Michael Cohen, the president's former lawyer and fixer, received a text message from a Russian businessman who texted to him, quote, "Stop flow of tapes from Russia, but not sure if there's anything else, just so you know, ... The special counsel interviewed this Russian businessman, and he told the special counsel that these tapes referred to compromising tapes of Trump rumored to be held by persons associated with real estate that helped host the 2013 Miss Universe pageant. Cohen, according to this report, told the special counsel that after he received this text message from the Russian businessman, he told Trump about it, so candidate Trump at that time, about this, and that the businessman told prosecutors that the tapes ended up being fake, but that he never conveyed that to Michael Cohen, and therefore that was never conveyed to Trump. And so here you have a scenario where Trump was told in October of 2016 that there might be compromising tapes of him that are held by Russians, and then he's briefed by his own FBI director in January of 2017 about the dossier, and that the Russians may have compromising tapes about him involving his conduct when he was a private citizen during the 2013 Miss Universe pageant. So that seems significant, and you know, you put that in the context of the president's behavior and so forth, with this belief, potential belief that there were these compromising tapes of him that he has always denied.
And we should point out, as you said, the Russian businessman said that the tapes were fake.
They were fake. Yes.
He was told the tape.
Yes, he was told. That's specific. He was told the tapes were fake, but that was never conveyed to Cohen.
For those following at home, that's volume 2, page 27, footnote 112. Footnote 112.
How many people do you think are actually sitting home with this 400-page document? Oh wait, let me turn to that video.
But actually, you know, the version that was put on the web is not searchable. And there is a big industry now of people. There are lots of folks using technical skills that are greater than mine who are putting it out on the web now in searchable format. But the original one was not.
And I suspect, by the way, don't you, Pamela, that the reason this isn't a footnote is because they want to de-emphasize it. They don't want people running around thinking, oh my God, the tape is real, the tape is real. It's
no reason to believe, according to this footnote, that this tape is real. They investigated it, and in fact, we're now learning that Michael Cohen was told about a tape the Russians may have. That this person who conveyed that to Cohen during the campaign then told prosecutors he was told the tapes were fake. And as we know, the president has always denied this from the get-go. But what's interesting in this context is just the idea that the president was told this as a candidate. That this rumored existence of these compromising tapes, and then he was briefed about it in January of 2017 by the FBI director talking about the dossier. So it just gives more context to all of it.
Also gives you a sense of the portfolio of Michael Cohen in the Trump organization dealing with, you know, Russian businessmen and tapes.
Yeah, well, and also just the idea that this apparently President Trump first learned about this apparently false allegation when the Russian businessman texted Cohen.
In October.
In October 2016, not from later on, as he would find out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So he'd already been told about it. He hears from his FBI director what he was told by Michael Cohen a few months earlier about these alleged compromising tapes that, again, we have no reason to believe actually exist. But it goes towards the state of mind. I mean, that's part of this whole issue here. You're talking about, especially with obstruction and the vested interest that this president would have to try to undermine it or try to influence or just say, you know, this has been a cloud over my presidency. Remember, he spoke to two Russians who came to the White House and said, I got rid of that nut job Comey because I had this cloud of the Russia conspiracy or collusion overhead. This speaks to it, which leads you to understand, and earlier, I think you may have reported on it, Pam, earlier, the idea that one of the reasons why they opted not to pursue the subpoena to actually get Donald Trump to testify to them in person as opposed to the take-home examination was because they had substantial information outside of that to be able to assess and evaluate the president's motivations and his interests at that point in time. That was probably one of the ideas about how the contextual and circumstantial evidence surrounding how you form what somebody's intent would have been. That's actually saying it. You had a president who believed somehow that there was going to be, aside from his drawing of a red line on finances, entree into his entire existence as candidate, as man, and now as the president of the United States. It doesn't quite add up, though, on the obstruction piece, because on one hand, again, you know, what I've seen so far in the report, what you're saying is that the special counsel says that we were not able to put together a case of obstruction. We didn't seek the subpoena because we thought we had enough evidence to make a determination, but then they didn't make the determination. So there still is a piece of this that even though the special counsel's report explains somewhat of what they did with the obstruction, I still don't feel, and maybe when I read more details, I will feel more confident in understanding exactly why the special counsel's office did make its determination, unless it was because they were simply providing the facts.
Mueller also said
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
Just enough months that they didn't feel that they had. So it wasn't
they
just
had
that
to weigh it. So they were weighing the delay, which is very subjective. I think that analysis. analysis. I don't know what you guys think, but I think that 20 seconds.
It could have taken longer, or it could have been expedited, or could have handled it in different ways given the gravity of the matter. So I feel like that piece.
But it is important to point out that
subjective judgment.
the Mueller report is saying the president's answers were inadequate. Those were solely answers on the issue of conspiracy or collusion. Nothing about he refused to do even written answers on obstruction of justice, which is obviously a more fraught area, clearly given that Mueller.
I really read that as meaning, and I don't know what the other prosecutors think, but I read that as them feeling like we've got it in terms of the intent evidence. We don't need to interview him. Now,
They said his public statements and other stuff that it already gave them an idea of what was going on.
Yeah, I think it was a closed book on whether he intended that or not. It's a separate question. Do you decide to indict or you follow the policy? But in terms of evidence, I looked at it as saying, I don't need to interview the guy. I already got him.
And they said that because we had sufficient evidence to understand relevant events and to make certain assessments without the president's testimony, almost rendering it obsolete. Now, of course, I don't see it as obsolete. I want to be able to ask the follow-up questions and after it's vetted by the lawyer. President from himself, I think. Now back to Jeffrey for 1 second, where you were talking about John McGahn, and the description of the president calling McGahn. He says, "You got to do this. You got to call Rod," and this was about getting rid of Mueller. And it seems to me, in reading through all this, and McGahn did not act on it, that McGahn saved the president from himself. I think.
Absolutely.
Hold on, I think of the exact quote, and I want to be precise. In this Mueller report, at the end of that conversation, when the president heard that Mueller was going to launch his own special investigation, he said, and this is a quote in the Mueller report, "This is the end of my presidency. And then he used the F word.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then he goes on and does this, and McGahn refuses time and time again. He didn't correct the New York Times piece where the president wanted him to issue a correction, and he didn't call Rod.
It wasn't a correction.
Because it wasn't a correction. Because
it would have been a lie.
Well, he said it was true. Right. It was true. And then he didn't ask Rosenstein to fire Mueller. The president was trying to do this, and I think time and time again, people were not listening to him, particularly his White House counsel, who understood the repercussions of it, whereas the president either didn't care or didn't understand.
And there are other examples here of people saving the president from himself.
Mm-hmm.
One largely forgotten figure, K.T. McFarland, is mentioned in here, where
former deputy national security advisor,
one-time ambassador, and nominee to be ambassador to Singapore, had to withdraw her nomination. But she's asked at one point to write what she regards as a misleading letter, explaining something relating to Michael Flynn, and she refuses to do it. Again, there are several people. I mean, I think McGahn is most prominent among them. Sessions himself, at times, doesn't unrecuse. I mean, he's asked to unrecuse himself, which would have been absurd. He doesn't do it. And again, I think does the president a service by not unrecusing.
At the same time, the president is tweeting, "Why won't the Justice Department do what I want it to do for me?" And at some point, I may have to get involved myself. We now know that he was trying to get involved, and he was getting pushback of the right kind from people who
back during the campaign, a source of mine said to me that a lot of the evidence, and this is what intel officials or agencies call open source. A lot of the evidence is open source. In other words, it's public comments, and that goes to both the obstruction issue, but also the collusion issue, or just willingness to work with and communicate with Russians. The president made public comments about this, showing his support, and he already went to a degree that previous presidential candidates were not willing to go, right? U.S. presidential candidates have been offered help by foreign powers before. Not to play historian here, but Hubert Humphrey in 1968, Adlai Stevenson in 1960. They've been offered for, they said, no way. I really want to be president, but I'm not going to accept this help. And what the special counsel does not exonerate the president of, in the category of conspiracy, or well, his team, I should say, is of a willingness. They expected it would benefit them, and they showed interest in this help. That's a remarkable thing for a candidate for U.S.
That is interesting. And for those who are just tuning in, I just want to go over what we're doing right now. One of the things in the Mueller report focuses on two things. One of them is on whether or not there was conspiracy. Ultimately, the conclusion is there is not enough evidence of conspiracy between the Russian government and anyone on the Trump campaign or any knowing American. And then the other question, of course, is obstruction of justice and whether or not President Trump committed obstruction of justice in trying to hamper the Mueller team, the FBI, whomever, from conducting this probe. Let's reset the big takeaways so far in this redacted version of the Mueller report, and we're going to go to Evan Perez and Laura Jarrett. Laura, you have been focused on the obstruction of justice part of this report. What are the big takeaways?
Well, Jake, one of the biggest takeaways is how Mueller's team felt constrained by the legal situation here and department guidance on the fact that a sitting president cannot be indicted. And the special counsel's team explains that they are going to abide by that guidance. And they say here, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment. And from that point on, they lay out a litany, chapter and verse, very detailed, granular episodes of essentially times where the president was putting on pressure on mostly now former officials in his administration to do things that they either refused to do or felt uncomfortable with. In the case of the former White House counsel, Don McGahn, also former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, a litany of episodes here of the president putting pressure on these officials and them pressing back. On the question of why Mueller walked through all of this evidence, if he was going to make an ultimate decision to punt here and not reach an ultimate conclusion on whether the president obstructed justice, the Mueller team explains that quite clearly, and they say the reason they did it is because a thorough factual investigation was needed in order to preserve the evidence when memories were fresh and documentary materials were available. And so what they're trying to do here is really preserve a record and build out as much as they can, because later on in the report they explain Congress can take up the mantle on this if they so choose. There's nothing that prevents Congress from looking at the situation and deciding for itself as a co-equal branch of government that the president has in fact obstructed justice. Mueller's team explains that quite clearly here, but that they thought fairness concerns counseled against potentially reaching that judgment when no charges could rather be brought because it is a sitting president. One other line I just want to highlight for you here, Jake and Wolf. It's interesting, given all the pressure that we've been talking about and all the different episodes with McGahn and Sessions and Lewandowski, they lay out here that the president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful. But that's largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his request. And they go on to say, consistent with that pattern, the evidence we obtained would not support potential obstruction charges against the president's aides and associates beyond those already filed. So even though he was putting pressure on them, they say here, we don't see any basis for charges against the people that he was sort of trying to use as a conduit. As McGahn said, he felt he had to resign as opposed to having another Saturday night massacre on his hands. So that gives you sort of a little bit of a flavor of all the detail that we're learning here on the obstruction of justice section. Wolf and Jake.
That's fascinating, because what you're saying there, Laura, is that the reason why more White House aides or administration officials have not been themselves indicted or charged with obstruction of justice is because they ignored President Trump's orders. President Trump would tell the White House counsel, Don McGahn, fire Robert Mueller. Don McGahn said to himself, no, and therefore Don McGahn is a free man. And the same thing with Corey Lewandowski or any number of other individuals named in the Mueller report, is that the way that all of these administration officials preserved their freedom and are not in jail right now, or at least charged and in the court right now, is because they refused to carry out the orders that President Trump demanded of them.
Go back to Jeffrey for 1 second, where you were talking about Don McGahn, and the description of the president calling McGahn. He says, "You got to do this. You got to call Rod," and this was about getting rid of Mueller.
Thing for a candidate for U.S.
That is interesting, and for those who are just tuning in, I just want to go over what we're doing right now. One of the things in the Mueller report focuses on two things. One of them is on whether or not there was conspiracy. Ultimately, the conclusion is there is not enough evidence of conspiracy between the Russian government and anyone on the Trump campaign or any knowing American. And then the other question, of course, is obstruction of justice and whether or not President Trump committed obstruction of justice in trying to hamper the Mueller team, the FBI, whomever, from conducting this probe. Let's reset the big takeaways so far in this redacted version of the Mueller report. And we're going to go to Evan Perez and Laura Jarrett. Laura, you have been focused on the obstruction of justice part of this report. What are the big takeaways?
Well, Jay, one of the biggest takeaways is how Mueller's team felt constrained by the legal situation here and department guidance on the fact that a sitting president cannot be indicted. And the special counsel's team explains that they are going to abide by that guidance. And they say here, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment. And from that point on, they lay out a litany, chapter and verse, very detailed, granular episodes of essentially times where the president was putting on pressure on mostly now former officials in his administration to do things that they either refused to do or felt uncomfortable with. In the case of the former White House counsel, Don McGahn, also former Attorney General Jeff Sessions, a litany of episodes here of the president putting pressure on these officials and them pressing back. On the question of why Mueller walks through all of this evidence, if he was going to make an ultimate decision to punt here and not reach an ultimate conclusion on whether the president obstructed justice, the Mueller team explains that quite clearly. And they say the reason they did it is because a thorough factual investigation was needed in order to preserve the evidence when memories were fresh and documentary materials were available. And so what they're trying to do here is really preserve a record and build out as much as they can, because later on in the report they explain Congress can take up the mantle on this if they so choose. There's nothing that prevents Congress from looking at the situation and deciding for itself as a co-equal branch of government that the president has in fact obstructed justice. Mueller's team explains that quite clearly here, but that they thought fairness concerns counseled against potentially reaching that judgment when no charges could rather be brought because it is a sitting president. One other line I just want to highlight for you here, Jake and Wolf. It's interesting, given all the pressure that we've been talking about and all the different episodes with McGahn and Sessions and Lewandowski, they lay out here that the president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful. But that's largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his requests. And they go on to say, consistent with that pattern, the evidence we obtained would not support potential obstruction charges against the president's aides and associates beyond those already filed. And even though he was putting pressure on them, they say here, we don't see any basis for charges against the people that he was sort of trying to use as a conduit. As McGahn said, he felt he had to resign as opposed to having another Saturday night massacre on his hands. So that gives you sort of a little bit of a flavor of all the detail that we're learning here on the obstruction of justice section. Wolf and Jake.
It's fascinating because what you're saying there, Laura, is that the reason why more White House aides or administration officials have not been themselves indicted or charged with obstruction of justice is because they ignored President Trump's orders. President Trump could tell the White House counsel, Don McGahn, fire Robert Mueller. Don McGahn said to himself, no, and therefore Don McGahn is a free man. And the same thing with Corey Lewandowski or any number of other individuals named in the Mueller report is that the way that all of these administration officials preserved their freedom and are not in jail right now, or at least charged and in court right now, is because they refused to carry out the orders that President Trump demanded of them.
career, but he wanted this job for this president, and he is fulfilling what would seem to be what the president wants.
And guess what? In that 19-page memo, he actually says that you can't compel a president on obstruction of justice. Wow, the coincidence of all of a sudden that you actually weren't able to do so, you didn't pursue it, and they found no actual obstruction of justice as a decision here. You have this idea of that self-fulfilling prophecy that I think really taints the credibility. And even if he has some benign, completely non-nefarious reason for doing so, he has put a cloud that moved from the president's head onto on top of the Department of Justice. And remember during the hearing
that helps, excuse me, that helps in the context of what Jeffrey just said, what you're just saying. Bill Barr is going to be testifying on Capitol Hill.
Yes.
And so if the fight is over, are you a political hack for the president? Are you the shield for the president? Guess what? That helps the president. Because then it's not about this, and it becomes tribal warfare again. And the way the president's heading into the re-election campaign is to make sure that he reinforces his tribe and makes it more excited than the other tribe.
Another thing to note about what is going to happen as we move forward with Barr testifying and what the Democrats do, a lot of what is in this report talks about how the president gave directives to people who work for him, sometimes people who don't actually work in the White House, to do things. And they didn't listen because they didn't think it was legally sound or they thought it would hurt him politically. That is something that still happens inside the White House regularly. You often hear from people who say the president actually told them to do X, Y, Z, and instead of telling him no, they just say okay, and they kind of wait a few weeks and hope the president forgets about it. That is something that still very much is happening, not just throughout the investigation, but it happens related to a lot of other things.
I mean, what's laid out here is really a microcosm of what you see in the White House a lot, but the difference here is this was an actual federal investigation by special counsel Mueller, and Mueller is painting this picture of a president trying to get people, witnesses, to not cooperate with them, which is certainly unique. Now, back to Barr, just talking about, has he been a good faith arbiter of the information from this report? Remember during his hearing last week, he said, I included as much language as I could from the report, which was sort of a head scratcher at the time, because I don't remember the amount of work, but there wasn't much. And now we're seeing the context around, for example, the obstruction line, where he said the president could be exonerated. What he left out in that initial 4-page letter that shaped public perception about this investigation was that the special counsel said, the evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. And that is really key here, and that wasn't in that 4-page letter, and that is part of why we're now getting a better understanding of our reporting and why members of Mueller's team were upset about that initial representation, because they didn't feel like it was a fair reflection of the obstruction investigation.
Let's take a little pause here and reset at the top of the hour. I'm Jake Tapper in Washington.
I'm Anderson Cooper, also in Washington. The special counsel's very long-awaited report on election interference by Russia and related activities by the Trump campaign and the president finally is on public display, most of it anyway. Finds no evidence that Trump conspired or coordinated with Russian hacking or meddling. Ample occasions, the president trying to derail or cut...
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha, ha.
The president complained, "This is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm kept." And though Mueller declined to conclude that a criminal charge of obstruction against the president was possible, he lays bare repeated attempts by President Trump to interfere with the investigation, and he says the main reason this attempt failed is that White House aides refused to go along. They refused to carry out his orders and instructions. So let's get to CNN's Laura Jarrett at the Justice Department right now. And Laura, the conspiracy charge will be discussed by Evan. Tell us about obstruction. Where does Mueller ultimately land when it comes to whether the president tried to illegally obstruct justice when it comes to this investigation?
Well, Jake, the picture that emerges here is really one of the president's aides and advisors and officials trying to protect him from his worst instincts. We see time and again here laid out chapter and verse, different officials telling the special counsel's office different times they felt pressure to take actions that they weren't comfortable with, them telling the president no, and him continually to berate them. And this is what the special counsel says on this issue. The president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful, but that is largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his request. One of those people is his former White House counsel, Don McGahn, Cooper described a really stunning episode.
Yo, what's up, man?
The president was facing
Let me
media
see if I can hear you.
reports
Oh,
about
okay.
obstruction of
I gotta
justice,
fix him.
which
Hold on,
obviously
wait,
he
so I can hear
took
you.
great displeasure in.
Hang on, wait,
And it says on June 14th, I'm quoting from the special
Yeah, what you
counsel's
say?
report, on June 14th, 2017, the
I'm
media
about to
reported that the
I'm
special
about to
counsel's
eat some ribs right quick.
Alright.
There was I seen a dude spawn on me, right? And he had a mask on.
What?
He had a mask on, bro.
You took a screenshot?
Nah, yo, you know what? I think I'm gonna just start using my Helios, man. Cause I keep forgetting to scan this nigga, bro.
Yeah, but what you mean? He showed up, he was glitched out and he didn't have a mask? Or was it a new
No, he had a
character?
mask. He had a mask. He had a Valkyrie looking mask.
Valkyrie looking? Let me see. I don't know what Valkyrie looks like off the
Somebody
top of
has
my
the
head.
mask. Somebody has the mask. I seen it on the operator. He has a chance to drop it. So if he's wearing the mask and you kill him, he has a chance to drop it, and you can put it on your operator.
Did you take a screenshot of that?
Like?
Did you take a screenshot of it?
Nah, I didn't. I didn't think.
So it's all bullshit, then. Somebody lying to you.
No, it's
Somebody
not.
lying to you, bro.
The mask looks like the Valkyrie Beset mask. That's what it looks like. The Valkyrie Beset helmet. That's what it looks like. Yeah. But yeah, I'm learning how to fuck around with Sharon, man.
I don't see no Bastet. I see it. It looks like that.
The mask looks like. Yep. Somewhat. Yep.
Like a sperm.
Or
a sperm.
All right. The only other mask I would say it looks like more than that is if you look at Amber and you look at her the helmet that she has with the Amber Majesty skin. That's how it looks. The Amber Majesty skin. It's a mix between the Amber Majesty skin face and the Valkyrie. That's what it looks like. The top of it has the Amber Majesty horns, and the bottom looks like the Valkyrie face. It look kind of sick, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, you'll see him when he spawns on you. You'll see him. You can only lock him down 3 times now. So this update, it didn't do nothing about the DNA integrity for the pets. It only did something for what did it do? What was it about?
What you mean? What was it about?
The update.
Oh, are you crazy? Dude, the list is so long. The list is crazy long, dude. It's crazy long. Oh, yeah. They said now that it's supposed to shoot right, yeah. They won't get blocked by little edges. Yeah. They need to fix that shit with the Arca. The Arca used to do that shit. I don't know if it still does it. I'll use it in a minute. Yeah. So now you could do Rhino Stomp from the air, yo. If you in the air, you could do Rhino Stomp. I haven't tried it. He crashes to the ground, right? He does like a plunging attack, I heard. I don't know, I haven't seen it.
I could jump in the air and do all my frost moves, everything.
Yeah, that shit is better. That's a cool addition. Go eat. I'll see you after you eat, man. I want to see what kills Bastard. I don't know, like, so I can know when I see him if he's different or what.
I'll be back though, alright?
Alright,
I'll be
good.
back on and shit.
Alright. Shit looks stupid.
The answers that President Trump gave in his written response from Mueller, he refused to actually sit for an interview with the special counsel.
That's right. So the president's lawyers released this in full. Only part of the written answers were in the Mueller report. So they wanted to release this in full because they felt like it was important to get the full picture here. And it started off with a letter that the lawyers making the case that Mueller didn't need to interview the president because they already had everything they needed from witnesses and documents. That's what the lawyers contended. And one of the key questions in here from Robert Mueller's team is whether the president had any knowledge about that Trump Tower meeting that we've reported on so much, where the Russians offered dirt about Hillary Clinton to Don Jr., Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner, who were participating in that in June of 2016. In response, the president said, "I have no recollection of learning at that time that Donald Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner was considering participating in a meeting in June 2016 concerning potentially negative information about Hillary Clinton, nor do I recall learning during the campaign that the June 9th, 2016 meeting had taken place, that the referenced emails existed, or that Donald J. Trump Jr. had other communications with Amina Galara or Robert Goldstone between June 3rd, 2016 and June 9th, 2016. These were the communications we reported on where the initial offer was made by Rob Goldstone that there could be negative information about Hillary Clinton of interest. And so this is a theme throughout the written responses, which is very lawyerly, very saying I don't recall. In Mueller's report, he says there were more than. That's exactly. I do not recall very formal like that. But Mueller's team viewed these answers as quote inadequate. This is what they said in the report. They said there were more than 30 occasions where the president said, "I do not recall." Again, there's nothing wrong with that. But any lawyer would advise you to do that. But it certainly sort of flies in the face of this notion that Mueller got everything that he wanted as it pertained to the president. What is clear is while Mueller's team did not pursue a subpoena to interview the president for a variety of reasons, not wanting to lengthen the investigation, clearly that would have been something that they would have preferred over these written answers if they were unsatisfied with.
Although, to be fair, is it not true that there isn't any evidence that the president did know about that Trump Tower meeting?
That's absolutely right. I mean, there is. He says he doesn't recall, and there isn't any evidence that he did have knowledge about it beforehand or after. There's been a lot of speculation surrounding it. Don Jr. himself has denied that he ever told his father this, and he said that under oath to Congress as well. And so this certainly is in line with our reporting. There not being any evidence to support the president knowing about this meeting.
And on the conspiracy of this, where the president and his family have been cleared of any criminal conspiracy with the Russians, no evidence of that at all. It's not as though if the president had sat for an interview that there would have been any information that he would have given them that would have changed that conclusion. It's possible.
You don't know.
Well, I mean, what would he have said? Yeah, so Putin and I talked and we made a deal. I mean, there's nothing he would have said theoretically. Now, he could have gotten in trouble for perjury, theoretically.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, we don't know how he would have responded, but you're right. I mean, these are his answers. He's saying, "I don't recall."
Right.
Now, the whole question, the reason the lawyers didn't want him to go in front of Mueller's team is because they were worried about that, about perjury of the president's saying.
As well they should.
But also, to try to predict what the president of the United States is going to say in any given conversation is a hard thing to do. And so, he is claimed to have had a relationship with Vladimir Putin on numerous times over the years.
They were in 60 minutes.
They were in 60 minutes together, right. There is no green room at 60 minutes that they would have to have met. But even before that, there was, when he had the Miss Universe, he was talking about Vladimir and the relationship. So just because, rationally, yes, there is no evidence that we know of that would, show anything. You just never know. As an attorney, you would not want.
Sure, and theoretically, as an American, we should all want the president to be able to sit down and talk to whomever because he has nothing. I'm just saying, the most important part of this investigation is whether or not anybody on the Trump team conspired with the Russians. There's no evidence that it happened, and I know, and I understand the legal objection to it, and I understand that President Clinton sat for an interview, and that President Reagan, after he was president, sat for an interview for Iran-Contra, and there's all sorts of precedent that this president upends. I'm just saying, it's not as though his answers would have changed that most important
substantive part of it. Exactly right. And I also want to note, Bill Barr today said, look, the White House was fully forthcoming with witness interviews, with documents, but let's not forget, as you know, we were reporting, this was part of the White House strategy to put forth all these witnesses and these documents so that the president didn't have to sit down for that presidential interview. So that's also something. Another thing that sticks out from his answers is in one they asked about his comment, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the email. And in his answer, he says he's made it sarcastically and in jest, a line that the White House has since picked up on when asking about his multiple comments about WikiLeaks. But then, of course, later on in the report, we find out regarding Flynn and others that the president was actually directing people either affiliated with his campaign or associates with his campaign to actually try to find the Hillary Clinton emails. So it does show that is a question that they could have followed up on instead of just what they had in the written questions. He said it in jest, but he was serious.
Behind the scenes, he was serious, trying to get Michael Flynn to track them down. And in fact, something else is hidden for our 16 and Roger Cohen, security contractor Eric Prince, who's the brother of the Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, and also he used to run Blackwater, then changed the name to Z or whatever, the military contractor. He helped finance an effort to obtain Hillary Clinton's validity in 2016, according to this report. The effort was led by Barbara Ladine, a one-time Republican Hill staffer, an associate of Michael Flynn. In September 2016, Ladine claimed to have received, quote, a trove of emails that belonged to Hillary Clinton, but she wanted to authenticate the emails.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky drink. Who's it gonna be?
Tech advisor to ascertain the authenticity of the emails. The Mueller report says the analysis determined that the emails weren't real. So whether or not the president was serious when he said, Russia, if you're listening, we want those emails, he and his buddies were absolutely trying to find them, all these deleted emails.
That's exactly why it's important to try to get an interview for Laura's point. I mean, a good questioner can get more things. You can confront them with some of those inconsistencies as well. And I think it's very telling from a prosecutor's point of view that Mueller says the answers were, quote, inadequate. Because if you simply didn't have enough evidence for those answers, you say, we didn't get enough evidence.
And also, I hope I'm not playing a semantic game here, but Barr said that there was no evidence of collusion. No, what the conclusion of the report is that there was no prosecutable case. There was not enough evidence to bring a criminal case, insufficient evidence to bring a criminal case involving the Trump campaign and Russian interests. That's different from no evidence. And I think, there is more evidence in the report than I had certainly known about connections between the Trump campaign and Russia. And I certainly understand and respect Mueller's conclusion that there was not a criminal case to be made there. But the idea that this was somehow some fantasy and that there was never any basis for suspicion about the relationship between the Trump campaign and Russia is clearly refuted by this report.
And of course, Barr, when we all read his 4-page synopsis, we were critical of Robert Mueller because it left the impression that here he was with all his credentials wringing his hands. I don't know what to do anymore. As opposed to the notion of his hands were tied by that prosecutable aspect of it. Also, the idea, it makes me wonder, given the focus on Wiki, etc., Julian Assange was just arrested last week.
Yeah.
I mean, there are now 14 investigations that were farmed out by the Mueller probe. One of those involved a suspect, perhaps, of the 12 we don't know about. We know there was a sealed indictment from a year ago when it could conceivably have been during the actual tenure of the investigation. So I have to wonder, are there other reasons why they're redacted? Are they related to WikiLeaks and that particular aspect of it? Is the fantasy of the president calling people out to give information? Is there more to the story?
Yeah. One of the Lord Jerry, one of the most fascinating details that we're seeing in the Mueller report on the obstruction issue is repeated efforts by the president to get other people around him, either in the White House or in the case of Lewandowski, an outside advisor who was working as a consultant, to do things which they then do not do, either for their own protection, if they realize it would be illegal or it would jeopardize them, or perhaps it would jeopardize them.
Really trying to save him from his own impulses. It appears from this narrative of the special counsel. A couple of new details that we had not seen before today. I just want to lay out for our audience. In one, the special counsel describes how those outside advisors, namely Cora Lewandowski and Rick Dearborn, each declined Attorney General Jeff Sessions, saying he should curtail the scope of the special counsel's investigation. Lewandowski took this message from the president.
That was you?
Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Do it, and
believing he would be a better messenger. And interesting, Dearborn told the special counsels it definitely raised an eyebrow. He never passed along the note. He told someone that he had handled the situation. In another instance, it has to do with the person who used to be the number 3 overseer at the Justice Department program with social intelligence. And in that case, the president actually asked his former aide 11 grand was put on a team.
So you heard the new information on how to hunt for a wolf?
No, what was that?
So it's gotta be a level over 20. It's gotta be level over 20. Levels under 20 give you a 4% chance, and levels over 20 give you a 6% chance. Right? Now, having an unranked weapon, that theory about him coming after the weak is a fact. So, the way I see it, you get 4 niggas, everybody go rank up a weapon at the same time on Hydra, something that we're not gonna need to kill this nigga, and we'll get him. That's all we gotta do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, because you can sense the unease.
Yeah, you don't need it. But I still
look at this spiral.
Look at what?
They're describing to
Oh yeah, I was telling you about the spiral. Should I keep that or should I sell it?
It's up to you if you don't use a spiral.
Well, I've never used that weapon. I've seen Chroma use it for self damage. Right?
You should link it again.
Alright, I'm gonna link it. Alright, I'll put it.
Let me get a chance. And look at this one that I have. It's like almost the same thing. That crit chance one is nice though.
Hey, that's nice too, man. This guy was telling me that the best thing on that is projectile flight speed, multi-shot, and damage.
Fuck out of here. Projectile flight speed? Fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
I think because you could shoot further and more accurately.
I guess, but man, that's just a waste. It's not doing more damage than what is it doing?
It is, because you could shoot more accurately and further, baby.
But I'm talking about damage.
Yeah, well, it was multi-shot damage. And that. And a negative.
You think multi-shot damage and crit chance.
Yeah, that's good too. I've seen it before too. I've seen videos mention that also. Like I said, check out that guy's silicon. We shoot you all his
the spiral is just for that limbo skin.
The spiral to match the limbo skin?
No, to use the limbo skin like cards.
I don't understand what you mean.
Those cards that you get?
Oh, I've never seen them.
Ah, what?
Cards?
Yeah.
Oh, he only
it's like
gets
a card
them.
skin. It's card skin for like throwing weapons.
Oh, you gotta buy a skin.
It's like for the bundle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely never heard of it and definitely never seen it. If I did, I don't remember.
No, they look dope. Yeah. And you'd be throwing out cards instead of the spies.
That is fucking butter, yeah. You gotta show me one time. I never seen that.
It's in the bundle in the market. If you keep it that instead. Yeah, about the skin.
Is it a Tenogen or is it a Revolution? Is it a Tenogen one or is it one you could get with one of those one of those coupons?
Nah, you can't get on your coupon.
Oh, okay.
You have to buy the bundle right there. The limbo.
I think they told me that. How'd you color him? You just made him, right?
Kind of white and black.
No.
With all types of gold. We should do that high jump thing there for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm out at this way right now.
Geico. Great service from licensed agents 24/7. Oh! People with type 2 diabetes are excited about the potential of once-weekly Ozempic. In a study with Ozempic, a majority of adults lowered their blood sugar and reached an A1C of less than 7 and maintained. Under 7? And you may lose weight. In the same lower study, adults lost on average up to 12 pounds.
Oh, up to 12 pounds?
A 2-year study with
You hear all this shit just coming out with the Mueller report, yo? Did you hear the president said himself in his own words, I'm fucked. In his own words. He said, I'm fucked. That nigga is stupid, yo. This nigga is so dumb, this is retarded, man. This is unbelievable, man. Truly unbelievable. That's what's saying there, nigga. I'm gone. I'm leaving now. Oh, this nigga got fucking by himself. Wait him. That was fucked up. Yo, you heard? We was in Hydros, and on the 5th wave, I left. And this nigga's... Yo, that was fucked up. What you call it? We was on Hydros, and these two other niggas waited to this one nigga. The last second, and they just left him behind, yo. Played him. In the beginning, he couldn't make up his mind. He said, fuck it, I'm gonna stay. And then at the last second, the two other niggas, I guess they was on a mic or something. They left at the same time. That's fucked up.
He was in it by himself, he got left behind. Damn.
We all had to fight through that. We all had to fight through 5 waves by ourselves. Oh, nah. So check this out. That's another rule. He always shows up before 5 waves. Remember I was telling you that too? Yeah. Remember I was telling you about that room and it was 4 minutes? Yeah. So he always comes in the 5 waves. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, maybe that's true. I just don't
go to YouTube.
All the time.
Go to YouTube right now and watch all the.
He feels like he comes when I get to like the destination, but I guess that might be 4 minutes. Times are around there.
Yeah.
But it's most of the time like when I'm almost done with the mission.
But where everybody's farming him is Hydro. Everybody who don't have that shit, who want to sell a set, or farming blueprints in the modems. Yep. All right, let me put on an unranked weapon. I'm going in with an unranked weapon. So if you come and put something on ranked weapon, because
if he's not gonna attack Limbo, who the hell is he gonna attack, man?
Alright, which one do you think is gonna do him the most damage? A Rubico, a Catchmoon, or my Redeemer? They all set up with radiation too, which is what does the Rubico. So I could change out either of these and I'll be good. Even though I like my Redeemer. Yeah, I know, I can't change that. I'm not changing that. But so does the Redeemer though too. And my Redeemer is retarded.
Yeah.
Word.
I wish I had a Redeemer with me.
Trade one, man. You got good ribbons. Trade one for
it just makes me feel sick. Like, it makes me feel shitty because I had 2.
I don't know how you could ever trade a ribbon for that weapon, because I always loved that weapon. That weapon may help me make it through a fucking mastery rank challenge test.
Someone just invited me to random shit.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. They go to the list of recent players and just start picking everybody.
Investigation of the facts.
Anybody.
Okay.
Did not
I don't know what I'm doing.
obstruction of justice.
You wanna
He would
use his
so
high jump?
state.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the facts
And
and the
Yeah.
applicable
Alright, give me a
standards,
second.
however, we
I gotta
are
see if I got
unable to
a weapon that's on right.
evidence we obtained about the president's actions
I mean,
and
that's
intent presents
not in the foundry.
issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Now, what does that mean? That is complicated, and I think necessarily so. The president is unlike any of the rest of us. Article 2 of the Constitution gives him power over the same processes, the same investigations that he was being investigated about.
Nope.
So he had power.
Alright, I gotta pull something out of the foundry real quick.
Please return covered in blood.
One
Safe
is
and
very
sound.
clear. If the people around the president had done what he told them to do, at a very minimum, those people could have been charged with obstruction of justice. That's from Mueller. Here's the second thing. There was enough proof of potential criminality that Mueller's team couldn't make a decision, and arguably a third thing. Mr. Barr did this America no favors when he suggested that it was an easy call for him and Deputy AG Rosenstein. There was no obstruction. The Mueller people clearly agonized, and clearly they didn't want the Deputy AG or this AG to make the call. They wanted Congress to make it. They go out of their way to say that in here, that they believe it's Congress's role to play. Quote, with respect to whether the president can be found to have obstructed justice by exercising his powers under Article 2 of the Constitution.
Got an on-rank weapon, right, baby?
That Congress has
Yeah,
Alright. That's it. A Rubicon. You've never... Oh, a normal Rubicon, not a Rubicon
Do
Prime.
you hear the words? The AG?
No, Rubicon Prime.
Do you hear a request to kick this to them? You do not.
I got two
We don't
like
know the
shitty
politics of how that happened.
other
We know
weapons.
the
now.
disposition within this report. With that, let's get to CNN's
I thought you had a Rubicon Prime already.
I do. Yeah.
10 episodes basically involving the president and the issue.
You're just building weapons that you already built.
The president's efforts
No.
to
Why?
close the investigation were mostly unsuccessful.
Why'd you build two Rubicon Primes?
Because the persons who
I
surrounded the
didn't.
president declined to carry out orders or accede
Or you put a
requests. Laura, one example has to do
former
with
on it?
House Counsel Don McGahn.
No, it's level
What
30.
can you tell us about that?
Oh man, you're confusing me, bro. I just asked you what weapon you bought in unranked, and I swore that you said the Rubicon Prime.
Oh no, I didn't know it. What question did you ask?
I get my bad. Alright. This is not.
I was thinking about building a second one for the two weapons I have though.
They say you gotta fight him a minimum of 200 times to.
For what?
Well, 200 times for guaranteed drop of the whole set.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I guess
Like,
that's
that's
true.
the-
Because I would still need the
Series of tweets criticizing the Department of
Yeah.
Justice and the special
handle.
counsel investigation. On
If I didn't
June
buy the
17th,
handle.
3 days later, the president called McGahn
Alright. We the lockdown posse, my nigga. Word up. We're gonna get two more with lockdown posse,
No,
yo.
his ass is unfazed by that now.
deciding that he would resign
The fuck?
rather than trigger what he regarded
We lock wolves down. Or fuck this wolf nigga. We got a 6% chance of him popping up.
so a quite damning picture from McGahn here. There are a litany of others.
And apparently howling doesn't help.
Really what appears to be trying to save the president on Bill Simpson.
But
No,
it's not gonna stop me
not
from
true.
doing it because you never know.
Can't be chasing this man, dude. I told you this.
At least until they give us the update that we can hear the howl, I won't believe that the howl helps. Don't mean I'll stop doing it, but
The enemy is at our doorstep.
I don't think
We
it.
must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Russian sanctions and the former national security
Let me see what else I can remember. Anyway, when you gonna say? Pardon me. I'll go through the videos that they dropped yesterday. Explaining that shit. All the conditions that Wolf shows up under.
Who is explaining it?
A whole bunch of YouTubers. It's like maybe like 6, 7 videos on it.
Oh man, all the beautiful shit.
They all saying the same thing. They're saying the same exact thing. They even explain how they figured it out.
If you do say, Congress, you have the ability to fix the matter and do something if you choose to do so.
Why did they took an extra step in defense of the president's legal rights that they couldn't make the case based on the evidence, but it was a damn close call? The idea that there's no evidence at all that you're hearing from...
I put the buggy ears off for 2 seconds. I took it right off. I was like, come on, man, that's so stupid.
I didn't even bother.
Yeah, a Warframe with bunny ears. Come on, really? Holy shit.
There's potential there though, but give me like a
not on a Warframe.
A helmet or something. A mask.
Maybe on your ugliest cat. If you want to like shame it, you know what I'm saying?
Make it look a little cuter or something.
It won't help. It's like a real ugly cat. Just to shame it. Oh, you came as limbo, you said?
Yeah.
That's your limbo? Show me the cards.
I brought my freaking
oh, okay. Alright, let me see. Wow. I'm getting shot. I don't think I've killed 5 people yet. Niggas just destroying shit. Ooh, I got elbowed in the face. That move kills me, y'all. When these niggas walk up to you and elbow you in the face, that's fucking hilarious.
It certainly does, Chris, and there is plenty of spinning going on here. Mr. Donald, we should point out the president starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we're told that he will be talking to reporters at that point about the Mueller report, so that'll be must-see TV. But getting to what you're
look, this is what he said. This is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked.
What? Trump
That's what Trump said, yeah. This is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked. When he found out, when he said, now he didn't say that today. He said that when he found out that Mueller.
They found out something?
Yeah, well, he obstructed in a million attempts. And the only thing that happened was is that they couldn't go any further because the people that were supposed to cooperate to reach that level of information refused to cooperate. Right now, Trump said, I don't remember in like 100,000 different situations. Oh my god, this is horrible, yo. I can't see how he digs himself out of this thing. I can't see it. Other than him starting a war and shit. Yeah.
Because one of the things that she said when she came out with the cameras is that, you know, there was no collusion, no conspiracy. And what the Mueller report clearly lays out, and you were just talking about this.
So he quit?
Is that there were these
who? Trump? Did he quit? No. No. He didn't have to fight that shit all the way. Yeah. His lawyers already said that shit a long time ago, before the report came out. Bill Barr came out and said, nah, they're gonna see the report. Meanwhile, Trump's lawyers are already prepared for a rebuttal. Niggas already prepared. How are you already prepared if you didn't see what to prepare for? Like, what the fuck? Fuck out of here. Niggas is lying. Yeah, I don't know how Barr's gonna get out of this one, too. He done played himself. Word. Yeah, he done played himself. Like, it's obvious that with all the information he was given, he could have came to a guilty conclusion. and he did it. All of it looked good in president's eyes. That's stupid, I could never do that, I could never do that. I'm too much of an asshole to bow down to another asshole. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that shit. Fuck that. They got mad information where he asked mad niggas to do shit that they wasn't supposed to do. And they just said no and didn't do it. Word. If they would have said yeah, they all would have been going to jail right now. They all would have been going to jail. Yo, word. They saved their own ass, and without even knowing it, they kind of saved the president's ass. Because he didn't do it, you know what I'm saying? Or they ain't do it for him. But still, that shit is fucked up that he even asked. It's crazy, Niggas was scared. Everybody did participate. Remember, they interviewed over 500 witnesses, my nigga. They interviewed over 500 witnesses. And all the niggas had nothing good to say about Trump. None of them. Not one of them. They all just the shit out of him. So yesterday, there was somebody that was saying that people were saying, in the administration, that they were worried that when the Mueller report dropped, the president was gonna find out what they said about him. I was like, in my head, I'm like, so what? The fuck is your what you said about him? It is true. What the fuck? He's gonna get mad at you? And so you mad? What? It's like, what does it? But it doesn't make no sense to me. Like, yo, he's gonna get mad at me.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
It makes no sense. Just funny shit. Yo, there's so much shit in that report, dude. Wow, yo, it's just craziness. Like, CNN is having a field day with it. Yeah.
Let's go.
They keep it up on the banner. It says Mueller report. Trump told Sessions, "This is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked." When Mueller was appointed. And they keep the banner there. They haven't taken it down. They've been talking for like an hour, and they keep that shit there. I wonder what the president is doing right now, yo. Oh my god. I can't imagine being such a fool and then getting busted like this. Oh my god. I'm dying for my boy Cry to come in. Cry knows all this legal shit. He'd be able to tell me what happens next. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, all this did was guarantee an impeachment. You know what I'm saying? That's all this did. This guaranteed an impeachment, but how does the process go? You know what I'm saying? Like, are the Republicans going to agree? Is Mitch McConnell going to agree? All these niggas going to agree with logic and fact? Or they're going to fight it and act stupid like Trump does? That's the real point, I think. These guys are still here? Okay, it doesn't matter. It's a 6% chance whether we go with a repeat or random. I'm just starting and I'm not winning.
No.
Huh?
I was gonna form a mile.
So go ahead, man. Do it. Yeah, knock it on, baby.
I got a mile and shit.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
I gotta see this in action when there's more than one of us. Did I make it? No? Okay. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, I wanna see if we can glitch him out or if they fixed it. The lockdown. It started when you ran.
No, they fixed it for
They
sure.
go out of their way to do a couple of things. One is say, this ain't nothing. Now, they skip a lot of the double negative in this, and it's a little hard to follow. I get it.
I
They're
don't
going
know.
through steps of legal
The
analysis.
status chance. There's not much status chance on
Political realities.
Star.
You know him. Is that something that is
I
done
do.
half-heartedly, or is just part of pro forma, or you think he is sending a definite message about what he thinks is there and what he thinks should be done?
I don't think any word in this 400-page report was there accidentally. I think each word was there for a specific purpose. And the reason why it's so fulsome, we have this robust report, is to tell the story, and that was the goal. My problem here is that I can't understand.
I wish I had a fucking affinity booster, but I don't have enough weapons, man. Yeah, I need
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements
Yeah, I was thinking
arrive.
since that's my only spirit. Okay, let me see. The ones you have in hand? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that goes perfect with the setup. Nice.
That is damning. Why that was left out, we can try to
I'm gonna try and get the colors down. I just gotta find the right color.
But had that been included, had the Attorney General come out and said, there are elements in here that paint a picture that, that may be damning. I determined that this is going to be the final conclusion. That's a lot different. But this is baked into the American people's narrative for the last 4 weeks, and now it has to be undone.
Oh, let me do my house.
If you're satisfied with the basic measure that whether or not the president is a felon or a Russian agent, then you should
loud. Yeah, okay.
If you were concerned
I said, did you out? Yeah.
You were one of the first, Michael, to tell me this. You guys keep throwing around this word collusion. Let me take you inside the prosecutor's mind. Collusion doesn't exist. It's behavior, not a crime. You can analyze this. You would look at it as a conspiracy, and whether or not you can prove they did things to help Russia intervene. You were exactly right. The special counsel was out of his way in the introductory comments to explain exactly that. So the idea of no collusion is a red herring and a distraction. They say they couldn't prove the crime, but there was plenty of collusion. There was behavior that was potentially wrong, and they were deceptive about it.
And if that's the question, the answer is yes. There were a lot of contacts between Russians and Russian surrogates and the Trump campaign and Trump campaign surrogates, which in Mueller's mind did not rise to the level of criminal conspiracy or criminal coordination with a foreign national in violation of the Federal Election Commission. But as Mueller said, there was a bona fide effort to reach out to the campaign, and the campaign was very receptive to that outreach. When you read this report, and I'm pretty well through it, when you read this report, you don't see any time where they say that the Trump campaign officers were so alarmed by this outreach that they themselves reached out to law enforcement and saying, what should we do? They avoid
screen shaking everywhere.
by lacking the CS
Oh, these guys.
criminal or not criminal. But they should have had the common sense. They should have had the common sense to say, you know what, something is really bad here. They're dumping to death emails behind their Democrat National Committee to stir up trouble between the forces of Clinton and Sanders. They're reaching out to me, Don Jr., to reaching out directly. Roger Stone is reaching out to me. We really ought to do something about this. They never did that. Mueller says no, they're bad people. Even if the authority leads to them and said the Russians are trying to mess with us. After that, they slid their neck, said nothing about it. And in fact, when Roger, who was the chairman of the Clinton campaign,
You got your Spira ribbon on that on the Spira?
Oh yeah.
What you call it? How many formers did you have to put?
the shamelessness of these people, that they will lie
Move and
advance
strike.
to
We have to win
themselves,
this.
rather than to say, you know what, we should take this seriously. And that's, I think, to me, one of the biggest shames on the Clinton, on the Trump orbit, that they just never took any action. They were just completely receptive to the election.
And no shame in their game. We see that.
Nope.
Something.
Show me, bro. Yo, Kid. Kid, did you see the new mask? That the wolf dude has on?
I haven't seen it. I heard about that. I think you told me that.
Alright, I'm gonna go hover over one of my friends. That has it. If he spawns on you and he's wearing this mask, he has a chance to drop it.
Tell me to send you a screenshot, man. I don't believe that.
Here goes my operator about it.
Excuse me?
Tell your boy to send you a screenshot. I don't believe it.
He's not on, but I'm gonna hover over his profile character, so he has it on his operator. I seen it when he was hunting numbers.
Yeah, I'm on.
Alright, so when you see it, take a screenshot.
As far as words and actions suggest that it's been disingenuous and misleading in saying the president is clear of those goods. Attorney General Barr provides in the report from March 24th. What is expected to
Alright, look at his operator. And then now Google, if you don't believe me, Google this shit. Google, new mask. I'm gonna get a close-up of it. I told you, it's a mix between Valkyr and Amber's, the Amber skin.
The president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice. He was safe. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment. Obviously, this changes the emphasis and meaning of the paragraph, and obviously he doesn't include
not really me though.
the key sentence. Second, Special Counsel Mueller went on to say that, quote, a thorough FBI investigation.
You sent it where? The champs? Yeah, let me see.
Two screenshots of it.
The president could have understood to be fired, but that would have witnessed the person.
It covers his whole fucking face.
Yeah, that's the same exact mask the wolf has on.
Yeah, but it covers your whole operator's face, is what I'm saying. I guess it would look good if you put the right hair on it. Because that back don't look right with just his normal head sticking out. Maybe you get something on the ears, maybe the right hair. Something will make it look better.
It could look, he just threw it on, man.
Yeah, no, it looks good. If it didn't have the ear and half of the back of his head sticking out. Yeah, it does look good. But with the head sticking out like that in the back, yeah, I would change the hair. Or, I don't know if you got earpieces or something. Or a headband. No, you can't put a headband, right? I don't know how it works when you cover the whole face. What part is that to appearance?
There's two parts. There's eyes and then there's like the mask part.
Alright, so then if you use the mask.
If you had like the couture mouthpiece.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you would do the mask, then you can't see the eyepiece. Oh. There's nothing for earrings and shit like that? Like earpieces? No?
There are, for sure. I think it is.
Or, I think if you change the hair, yeah, that hair right there, yeah, that's the wrong decision.
The reports included there was substantial evidence.
Yeah, that's definitely the wrong decision.
Yeah, well, anyway, when you see him, you'll see him wearing that mask.
He's wearing it all the time now? He can't take it off? He needs to watch that shit.
I'm talking about the, yeah, when he spawned on me again, I'm a screenshot. Yo, man, scan the wolf. I think I'm gonna just put a fucking Helios on, bro. I think I'm gonna just end up doing that. Because I'm not remembering. I swear I'm not remembering, bro. When he
He's just
spawns,
gonna
I'm
kill
just
your
so
Helios as
caught up.
soon as he sees it. He ain't gonna be able to scan shit. He's gonna
I
one
got
shot your
Prime Region on.
Helios.
Congress must get the
He's gonna one shot your Helios, though.
along with the underlying evidence.
Yeah. Anyway, we hunting him on Hydron. If you got a weapon that isn't ranked, 0 preferably, you can come with us, though.
Shit, you
He's
told me
got
that
like
shit too late. I'm
this
already on
nigga.
Hydron. Y'all doing the Axie, right?
Huh? Actually, no.
That's one possibility.
No.
There are
Well,
others.
there's an Axie Fisher mission on Hydron.
What happened and
I think that.
take whatever action
About to
is
pick up
necessary at
a
that
secondary or
It's
something.
too early to reach those
I need to do it because I
One reason we
bought
wanted the Mueller
TennoCon
report, we still
tickets,
want the Mueller
so
report in its entirety. And we want
I
other
need as much ducats.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I need to get the Killer Ore Mom because
we will proceed with our inquiries. I mean, the
I
first
need
thing
the
we will do
credits.
is make sure we get the rest of the report and the underlying evidence. We will have Attorney General Barr testify in front of the Judiciary Committee on May 2nd. I anticipate that Mr. Mueller will testify sometime in the next couple of weeks after that. And we'll probably hold a series
Yeah,
of
so the Aganek is definitely like
and we'll see where we go.
a mini Tibron, but it's not like the Tibron, but it's sort of like that.
Well, it's too early to talk about that, because you will have to go.
Yeah, they dropped this Mueller report, and all these niggas want to do is just like immediately impeach him.
Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Impeach him. Niggas want to impeach him like right now. They don't want to wait till later. These niggas is mad, yo. He been playing all these niggas for a fool for so long, dude. Getting away with it. And all they got all this dirt on him? Oh, man. He said it himself. I'm fucked. Yeah.
What did he
But,
say? I'm a crook?
nah, he said I'm fucked. When he found out that Mueller, that they put Mueller on his ass, yeah, he told some nigga, yo, this is the end of my presidency, I'm fucked. That nigga's stupid, yo. That nigga mad stupid. You know how long Mueller's report been going on? For 2 years. He said that shit 2 years ago. Almost 2 years. And this nigga knew from jump that he was ass out with everything that homo was gonna find, and he still chose to keep lying through his teeth right to our faces, yo, every day, and then be an asshole on Twitter and this man, and knowing that you're about to get busted. Like, be humble, motherfucker. You're gonna get caught, so be humble. Huh?
Nah, fuck that. Nah, ride it to the wheels fall off, man. Fuck that.
Nigga, he ain't had no wheels. He ain't had no wheels. He was driving around in some Flintstone cars, yo. He was barefoot for the longest. He was solo.
Scam artist. That's what he learned from his father, man.
Yeah.
He can't do nothing other than what he already know, man. His pops, you know what I'm saying?
You can respect your country, bro. You can respect your vets, bro. You can respect the lives of the normal U.S. citizens. I don't understand. Explain to me.
All the elites do, bro. This is how they
Elites, yo.
get
An elite is another nigga just like you and me, bro. He breathe and he bleed just like you and you. Elite.
I already know that. You ain't gotta
We all
explain that.
elite.
I'm saying the elites in terms of money, they all move like that, bro. Like, these niggas don't become billionaires by being legit. Nah, nigga. That's a certain type of money, dog.
Yeah, I know that, but
shortcutting. If they don't got like no direct invention, you know what I mean? Like, if they ain't come up with like no invention like Facebook or Insta, something like that. If it's just like on some like, you know what I mean? Most of these motherfuckers who inherited their wealth,
they
bro,
walk down my block.
they crooks, bro.
Yeah, all I gotta do is walk down my block. Ain't a crook, the coward. Walk down my block, motherfucker. Right up. You see you.
Man, motherfucking Trump, man, he getting in New York. Ain't nobody doing that, man. Motherfuckers ain't doing shit, bro.
Yo, so he came on the report. that he was asking mad people to do mad grounded shit for him, and everybody was telling him no. They're like, nah, you stupid? You ain't doing that. You fucking crazy? Get that shit out of your head, nigga. That shit ain't gonna work. Stupid. Mad niggas was telling him that shit. Like, his whole administration.
Yo, I found a list.
All the niggas that left
I
because
found
of
a
that
list,
stupidity.
bro. I don't know if the book is on, because you can't see it. I already tried it. I already equipped Frost with all the shit he came out with. I didn't see nothing. So, but I got a list of everything every Warframe came out with, for the most part, if they're all prime. And I got a list of some regular frames, shit too, that they came in the game with. But I mean, I don't know who's gonna go out there really to equip everything that everything came with. Like, I don't know who's gonna do that.
Niggas that got ribbons for him.
Remember the context of where going on during that time as the president was entering the office.
God, remember, look at it like this, right? So a ribbon gives you the ability to totally demolish 150, 130, 160, right? Even higher, combined with motherfucking abilities of Warframe, right? How often, really, like how often do you come into enemies that are even 100? You know what I'm saying? Unless you're doing a sortie.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Right? So you take any weapon that everybody's like, you don't use to say is weak, and you throw a ribbon on that shit? Man, you might as well be in a killing 100, though, because them niggas is gonna drop. Like, it's just retarded. Yeah, bro.
You get more speed from the missions too.
Yeah, this shit is already at 13. This nigga hasn't popped up. But we only been here, what, 3 times? So if he's got a 6% chance, that means out of 100 runs, yeah, he might want to drop once or 60. I mean, 6 times or 60? Damn. That's not good. I haven't done that many missions. It must be less than that. I mean, it must be more than that because I've run into him in less than 100. 100? Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't taken me 100 missions. Except in the beginning. It did verify that his appearance was going to be more often. It did say that. Also, did you know, Ames? Did you see the videos on it? On the information that came out, how to make the wolf spawn?
Extraction is ready.
No.
Unless
Alright.
more
So,
of the enemy.
level under 20, you got a 4% chance of him spawning. 20 and higher, you got a 6% chance of him dropping. If everybody's meching unranked weapon or more than one, you got a higher chance of him dropping. Because so the theory is this.
I had an Argonath on, and that shit was ranked like 1 in the fucking spawn.
Yeah, so I forget who it might have been Camp said this the other day that I think it was this nigga Formula. I was like, yo, I'm hunting the wolf, and he was like, nah, as long as you hunt the wolf, you ain't gonna catch him. You gotta stop hunting him and just forget about it, and he'll come after you. So that is the theory. Yeah, so then it was you. So it wasn't you, nigga. I just can't remember himself.
Told you to clear your mind so many times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been listening to what everybody's saying.
Russia, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
As soon as he said that, 5 hours later, they already hacked his shit. He just stupid, yo. He just jumped his rock, dude. Like, holy shit.
Who, the president?
Nigga ain't the president. He
Yes,
ain't
he
the
is, man.
president. He could never fill that spot, yo. Ever. Other than his wildest dream.
Man, he's the most realest president this country has ever
You
had, bro.
crazy. He's the dumbest criminal I've ever seen. That's what you call
Yeah,
a
that's why I say
dumb
he's the realest.
criminal. You know what a dumb
He's the
criminal
embodiment
is?
of
That's
America,
a
man.
dumb
He's the
criminal, yo.
embodiment of America,
I
bro.
still stand today as a
He's the
free man
perfect
because I was a
example of an
smart
American,
criminal. That
man.
nigga is a dumb ass
Yo, he's the
criminal. He
perfect,
cannot
yeah,
get
he's
the.
the perfect
He
example
does
of an
not
American,
deserve the
bro.
title of the president.
Yeah, but
And
I mean, it's a million motherfuckers with badges that's just like him that don't deserve a badge. There's some motherfuckers just like
yeah, but
him.
they're not president, bro.
He's a perfect example. Yeah, but they got badges, nigga. That's
So what?
worse. Shit,
Judge and jury,
cops get away with more
a
than the
nigga out
president.
here in the street
Cops
don't
get
need
away
a badge
with more
to
than the
shoot you.
president.
Nigga out here in the street don't need a badge to shoot you, yo. Word.
Nobody don't need a badge, but a badge gives you immunity. It's different.
Hell no, you crazy? You see that nigga that just got sent up for 35 years, man? For shooting this nigga in the middle of the street? Man, niggas don't get away with it.
1 out of 5.
If there's a couple of them, it's not one. There's not one. There's not one, dude. That's the only one I can recite off the top of my head because it was the most recent one. But yeah.
But I bet y'all can name way more victims until it's that off, nigga.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can name
I agree with that. It's not one, but yeah, bro, that's a fact. But I guess if you compare that shit to the niggas that are shot without a nigga to a badge, without a nigga with a badge, I bet you is lower. I bet you niggas without a badge shot more niggas. Hold up.
And they abuse their authority, man.
I bet you more niggas without badges got
that's
shot.
Stupid as fuck. That's stupid as fuck. Who probably just ran into money because they pops owned the company or something. Or, you know what I mean? Like the cop example, like people with power. Or you'll have a professor that's fucking stupid as fuck. Who's testing you on shit in school. Like, it's really like that, bro. A nigga at your job, a manager who don't know shit, that's above you at your job. That's a perfect example of America, bro. You can't tell me it's not, bro. This shit is ran by fucking C students, nigga.
Yeah, I didn't say it's not, but I don't think I hold.
I mean, look at Bush. He was another example. He was a dumb motherfucker, but he had finesse. That's the only difference. See, Bush had swag. He was stupid, but he had swag. He had enough sense to tell you he don't give a fuck and still have some type of political experience because his father was a president. So he had enough poise to get through and not be too obvious with his bullshit. Trump don't come from a background of political deployment. He don't understand that shit.
He didn't know shit, bro.
He don't understand that shit. That's why Bush was the president. He was just as fucking crazy as Trump.
It's like you said, he was a criminal his whole life. He ain't start that shit now. He's just a dumb criminal, dude.
There was no Twitter, bro.
Yeah, but his money created a shell. His money created a cushion for his stupidity. His inheritance created a cushion for his stupidity. So even though he been dumb, he got away with a lot of shit
Twitter
because he
gave him
had
the platform. Twitter gave him that platform, man.
Yeah, of course, dog. And plus, you know, you gotta look at the fact that we came off of having a black president, so that played a big factor in Trump getting office. Because trust me, if there was a white dude, like let's just say Trump ran after Bush, he probably wouldn't have won.
Yeah,
Man, I bet you Michelle Obama would beat him.
He probably wouldn't have won because it would have been, you know, a white guy to another white guy, and then what would have happened was we just finished with an asshole, so dudes wouldn't have wanted another asshole. We went from a black, cool, calm, collective dude to a fucking bully that was white. So automatically he was gonna win because he was white and he was a male running against a female. And then on top of that, white America wanted their whiteness back. They wanted their White House to be white.
Yeah, but not for nothing. I got to put it back on that because Obama wasn't so great. He did mad fucked up shit too.
I'm not saying anything about Obama being great. That has nothing to do with it. Like,
yeah, it does.
Nobody said anything about Obama being good. The point is, We came off
You
of
made a
a black
comparison.
president, and they wanted it back. They wanted the White House back. The powers that be, the white people wanted it
You
back.
said we
bro.
went from having a cool or good or something
I'm
president,
talking about his
Obama.
demeanor. I'm not talking about his policies or how he ran the country.
Just think about how much like America was respected when Obama was president.
Yeah, I'm talking about his
To now.
demeanor, how he spoke,
Like
his character.
I'm not saying he was perfect, but
ain't nobody
but
ever
he
said
knew what he was
that.
doing.
I'm saying the obvious shit, and there's no way you could deny it unless you just anti-Obama because you fucking racist, man. That's the only explanation. Because if you look at his poise, there's no way you can't say that he had dignified mannerisms. And if you don't say that, that means you got a personal problem against him for other alternate reasons. Because I'm just talking about the human attributes of a person that's in a place of power, bro. I ain't talking about whether he was a good president or not. Niggas always go left with that dumb shit.
It's all their opinion, man.
I thought that's what you meant. You used Obama as an example.
Nigga,
you could have used anybody else.
Nigga, he was the one who came.
You could have used other people.
That's the reason why Trump won, bro.
You could have used JFK as a fucking example.
Why Trump won.
You could have used JFK. You could have used Lincoln
if it was nobody
as an example.
Him,
you compared him to Obama, so I just had to push back, bro.
Unless you can handle
Chill.
more.
It's alright, bro.
Listen, man,
Niggas push
Obama
back.
is just as much responsible for Trump being in office because Trump had somebody he could talk down about. You know what I mean? On a strength, playing off the fact that his name, playing off the fact that he was black subliminally, because all of his supporters are in agreement with that. Yeah, this nigga ran the country. Nah, we're not having it. We want an extreme redneck motherfucker up in there. Yeah, of course.
I don't know how it's going to get more clear than it is in this record.
Trust me, like I said, if Bill Clinton, if he would have ran out of Clinton after any other than white boys, he would have never won. But it was because of Obama he won. He was able to use that, you know, in his favor, man. Nigga said, oh, this nigga could run the country. Why not a white man? It don't matter if he got a political background. He's white. You want something different. Obama was something different, right? All right, that worked well. Let's do it again. Yeah, it's still the same concept.
I don't feel like that, but alright. You ready?
No exoneration is grossly distorted what the reality of this report is. Mueller goes out of his way to say how I don't think about collusion. We're not going to use that term. It's not.
All right, let me put my fucking
we're only
aliens
looking for
on.
proof of conspiracy, whether or not these people were foreign agents. If you want to use collusion by the Webster Dictionary, clever behavior, secretive behavior.
You know, we could actually pick any mission as long as it's over 20, bro. We don't necessarily have to go to Hydron. The only thing about going to Hydron is since you get a lot of people that are trying to rank up their shit, whether they're after the wolf or not, you have a better chance of being paired up with somebody that'll raise up that damn 6% chance of finding him. That's the only reason people call him Hydron. You got a 4-man team, and everybody got something low or unranked, so that raises the chances.
Okay.
I'm gonna build everything again and just rank it up to 1, and then leave. Word. And not only a Rubicon.
Damn. My spirals took
Mad
5
dangerous.
points.
Yeah, you spiral to 5. Yeah, it makes sense.
Will you begin another mission?
It has 100.5 crit chance, so with you roving it's gonna have like 140 or something.
There is no crime. There is no conspiracy. We are not foreign agents. All true. And thank God for that. By the way, anybody who's disappointed by those findings, they should check their own agenda. And what
I think it has a short fall off. Did you check?
The President of the United States to be foreign agent. But they say collusion.
The fall off on the spiral. What was it, if you remember?
But then they maybe admit that they had these contacts for the president, even reading this report.
No, the fall off distance on the.
Oh, it's pretty short. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it is. It is. See, that's why people want high physics outputs, because you can still do that damage only with, and I'm assuming you can shoot faster. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing more damage from a safer distance. You're doing more damage from a safer distance.
Speed doesn't have anything to do with
Nah, damage? No, I know it don't.
fire rate.
You must defend our equipment
Oh, I
until
don't know.
reinforcements arrive.
Nah, it doesn't.
I mean, the faster it's out of your hand, the faster you can shoot it. I don't know.
Nah. That's fire rate though.
Yeah, you're right. Alright, I'm gonna do a stupid howl. And nobody can hear.
We shouldn't need to be having this conversation. We shouldn't have campaigns doing this, being saved by their own agents. That's the reason Trump Jr. didn't get.
I don't even know how they fucked that one up. That's like the easiest one in the world. It's an emote of a howl that doesn't howl. How do you fuck that up? Really? How do you fuck that up? Like, I know somebody had to point it out. And it was like, oh, fuck it. But he was like that. Somebody had it. I don't believe that nobody said that. Nobody said something about that. Oh, it's a howl emote that doesn't howl? That's not cool. That makes sense. I can't wait till they add it though. I hope it don't sound like his howl, because that shit sounds stupid. I don't even sound like a howl. Sounds like something Hulk would say right before he says Hulk smash. This is crazy stupid. I hate it how.
Why does Helio seem so fucking weak with the help?
Told you, man. Mod him just to stay alive. Don't mod him to attack. You don't need him to fight. You just need him to scam. So mod him just to stay alive, bro. Don't mod him to attack. Everything that you got to attack, take all of that shit off and replace it all with defense. Take all of it off. Or just make another config. Yeah, just make another config. Make another config and just make it mimic. You know? The scan build. Where it's just made to just stay alive. And scan. If he's fighting and dying, if he's actually attacking enemies, enemies are gonna attack him back. And he's weak as it is already, so he's gonna die immediately. So mod him up with mad health. Yeah, now you know. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped playing you a long time ago.
So fucking weak, bro. Weird.
I think the best one is Taxi. I think the Taxi is the strongest one. I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that, but I think it is. This is our what? Our 4th, 5th run, Cap? 6? I don't know how many runs we've done yet.
The other thing I think of what made him so concerned in the beginning of his presidency, when he kept going to intelligence community, national security folks, the leaders would say, hey, help me out here. I need you to go out there, distance me from the Russian investigation. And they were like, no, this will be honestly in the report.
That shit about the Russians having some damaging video on that nigga that they can use to blackmail him. It turns out that it is true. Word. Did the Russians got some video on that nigga? He was saying shit or doing some shit.
Yeah, he was getting pissed on.
Oh my god.
He was getting pissed on? Oh, I don't know what it was. Yeah, I just know this shit was
he has a urine fetish. Hey,
That's why he's so orange like that? He's collecting piss on him? Yeah, that should change that nigga orange. I always thought it was a spray on tan. Now I know it's years of build-up of urine. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. Holy shit. Wonder what he smells like. Ew, dang, yo, can you imagine being a woman that has to lay next to that nigga? Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit.
That's
God
a big
damn.
thing amongst the rich people. That's a big thing. They like
smelling like urine.
Getting peed on.
Yeah, that's just nasty, man.
That's that dominatrix shit, man. S&M and all that shit.
Exactly.
Tied up, whiplash. He likes getting paddled. All of that shit. Oh yeah, and he don't drink or nothing, but he likes ashes.
Is it a crime? No, not necessarily, but that
he likes what?
I think that's going to be
like he likes a girl to sit on the toilet and dash ashes, like smoke a cigarette and dash ashes in his mouth, like an ashtray.
There are people who will say and argue, and you're going to see it all over the
world. Oh, I ain't never heard of that.
You know, Manafort didn't really anything.
That's new. Oh wait, we're supposed to invite.
Yeah, I can't see how that shit is even a turn on. Like, I don't get it. Like, I could imagine the urine. I mean, it's sexually oriented, it's sexually attached to a female genitalia. But a cigarette is not attached to anything, you know? There's no sexual connotation behind it. Like, what would suggest that it's even sexual?
The disrespect, the disregard. Powerful men need to feel belittled, bro. They need to feel like it's a turn on to them because everybody pisses their ass in real life. So they need
I can see a fucked up nigga going around like that.
Yeah, it's like they need to be manhandled and controlled. Like they want to be. It doesn't happen to them. Everybody tells them yes. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody.
Yo, what happened, Kent? Go ahead, baby. Let's talk about.
I thought we were inviting Angel, but I guess not.
Oh, I don't know. It's on him if he want to come.
Yeah, I don't know what's up, man. We're not on the same page. You talking about Trump? I don't know what the fuck's
we told you we're farming. Yeah, we can talk and farm at the same time, man. We won, bro. We've done 3 missions while we had this conversation, though, or more. I don't know how many we've been done. Invited you a long time ago. Well, now I ain't invite you, but we told you what we was doing.
It's not letting me join because I'm in the mission. I've seen the invite.
We're not in the mission, bro.
No, I'm in the mission, so it's not gonna let me join.
Oh, it's alright. It's only 5 waves, bro. We'll knock this out and we'll meet up after.
Yeah, I'm only doing 5 waves too. I'm on wave 1 hydrons. On wave 2 actually. Man, it's almost like, well, you told me to follow the numbers. I had to put it on and see what you was talking about. It's perfect, man. I was
talking about Sarah, right?
Using her, yeah, I was using her in Onslaught, man. Oh my god.
Yeah. You talking about what I told you?
It don't matter. Everybody tried to explain Siren to me, and I always said how I can. You know what's helping me? The spore, the quick access to your move where you can just hit R1 for your last special.
Right.
So I'll be spreading so many spores like that, man.
Yeah.
Yo, let me see.
You gotta make sure you're hitting the infected ones before they die.
Yeah, so the infected ones is the one that continue to spread, right? The ones that got the numbers.
As long as you hit them, you have to hit them at something.
So if my teammates hit them, they don't spread. I have
no,
to.
it does. It does. And if your cat hits them, it spreads.
Let me see like a long.
So what does the 4th action do? When is the best time to use the 4th?
That's a nuke. That's a nuke, man. Whenever you want to kill everybody.
When everybody's infected, yo. So So
as
look.
long as they're infected, it'll do more damage.
So what you do is this, right? So you can see the numbers through the walls, right? So when you do miasma, you can see you doing damage to niggas behind the wall, right? So you infect niggas, right? And when you see the numbers behind the wall, just imagine the pacing of when enemies spawn and enemies are dying, and then hit that miasma. And everybody that will spawn while them niggas are infected, that shit will pop right in their face and just keep infecting. It will like non-stop keep on infecting. If you get a good flow and you get lucky with a lot of enemies, yeah, you can just keep that shit on non-stop.
Or whenever you want to, like...
Oh, until everybody's dead.
If you ever want to CC somebody?
Pardon me.
Yeah,
man,
like I use the fourth one of Knox when he spawns, because I mean,
you got regenerative mode on, huh?
Nah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you need that.
You need that. Yeah, you're not gonna live with without regenerative mode. It gives you help.
What is
it? It does exactly what it does. It says. It regenerates.
It gives you help every time.
It gives you help?
Every time you use your second ability.
You know what you use your skin behind?
Yeah.
So that skin, alright, so you can go into a mission and plant that. Let's say I'm getting hurt right here and I'm about to die. I'll cast a second and her second will create that molt skin, right? But not only will that molt skin give you health back, but it'll give you a speed boost and it will attract all the enemies to it, even if they're behind walls. Even if the enemy is behind walls, they will come through the walls chasing that moat. Even though they can't see it, they'll come chasing that shit. While that is happening, you got that speed boost, you're getting your health back, and you know, get a safe distance and shoot the niggas that are trying to kill your. They're trying to kill your moat. They shooting at your moat and they leaving themselves vulnerable to your fucking headshots. And you just blow them up, bro.
If you have any status effects, like if you're on fire or something, you can use that and just shut it off.
You can use what to shut it off? Regenerative mode? Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the second ability. You just set off your skin and fire beyond.
I did not know that.
You can shut off your skin and fire that at your shell, and then what happens?
No, if you're on fire, you can cast regenerative mode with your second, and it'll leave the fire behind.
So then that should work with any status then. Put that back.
Any status. No, it does. Any status.
Please, give it to me. Give it to me, Elijah.
I don't know. Toxins don't look like something that will be on your skin.
Oh
Toxins look like something that will be internal.
I think it's any status. It always works for me.
For the Lotus.
Why don't you bring your siren now? You don't got your siren now?
Yeah, I got it. That's what I'm using.
Yeah, because you can speed up these missions.
I don't know where that moat shit is. What school has that?
I don't know, baby. Type it in. Type it in. See what it tells you. It'll tell you where you can get it.
Steel Meridian has one, I think.
There you go.
I'm not playing with them right now.
You got standing in your other. You got standing in your other shit. You're in the 3 on the right.
No, I'm in the 2. I'm in Cephalon and Orbitus. Let me check Cephalon. Alright, it's not there. Let me check Orbitus.
You're not in Red Veil, New Loca?
Nah, bro.
Oh. Yeah, 'cause I need to make a whole shitload of marker on my thing. I need to trade with somebody that I know. Somebody that's on the right, so I can trade shit from the left.
I don't got it. I'll be alright.
Get this shit for like 5 black. Yeah, you can get regenerative more for like 5 black.
Nah, I'm not spending no platinum on that shit. I'll be alright.
You know how long it's gonna take you to get 25,000 stands?
I can give
Oh, he got it.
If he gonna give it to me, and
that's some lazy shit though, nigga. You don't understand, you motherfucker. Oh fuck. This nigga talking about he don't want to pay Bob Plat and he don't want to get his own standing. Come on, nigga, that's some lazy shit, nigga. This not Warframe, bro. You playing the wrong game. Where you think shit just appears in your fucking hand, nigga. The fuck?
I didn't ask for nothing.
Nah, I know. I'm just joking, bro. I just kidding, bro. What the fuck, man? God damn. I just booked, bro, so relax, stupid fuck me, guys.
Yeah,
I haven't smoked in a minute.
What's Venom dose?
I haven't smoked in a minute, so they gotta forgive me.
Yo, that Venom dose look like it does something too.
You fought the new Eximus with the frost shells? Cool, right?
Yeah.
That shit looks sick. They skilled it, man. I like that. They need to add more. They need to add new enemies. Either new enemies or, you know, the old enemies with a, you know, a little upgrade. Because, like, I think Ken was telling me that they, instead of nerfing weapons, was it you too, Ken?
Yeah.
Because those were some good ideas. Yeah, man, for real. Yeah, man, fucking Ken, you got some good ideas, bro. You should just, like, feed it into these YouTubers' heads, bro. They'll listen, man. If it's a good idea, they'll listen. So, Ken's idea was this, bro. Instead of keep nerfing our weapons and shit, just make the enemies stronger. So it's a fair balance. Because we are OP as shit, bro. Like, so stop fucking with my stats on my Rubico or my motherfucking kick gun and just give me a harder enemy to kill. If you think my weapon's too strong, don't nerf my stats, my nigga. I worked for that Cuba, yo. I farmed that Cuba, yo. I got lucky on that roll. Now you just gonna nerf it like that? Nah, man. Don't touch my ribbons. Don't touch my stats. Just make your enemies harder, though. I'll be satisfied with that. That's all good. As long as you don't fucking my harder and cool up when you're
They're just trying to change up the weapons people use, though, so they keep playing the game a bit.
Yeah, but I think that's a good idea. I don't know. If the weapon is good, the weapon is good.
Yo,
if the weapon ain't good, it's probably got a gimmick. It's probably got some novelty shit attached to it. And you can maybe add a ribbon to it and make it strong enough for the content that a normal day.
Yo, can't invite me, please?
Yeah,
you gotta have an unranked weapon, bro. If you don't have an unranked weapon, you get your kick.
Man, my son is going ham, bro.
Yo, Ames, you gotta have an unranked weapon, right, baby? At least 3.
What?
Take off all your mobs, too. Your frost or whatever you bring in, take all your mobs, bro. We got you, don't worry about it. We just need to bring them in there.
Yeah, I have no mobs.
I'll revive you. I'll revive you. You'll still get the rewards. Yeah. Matter of fact, I can put on that.
Aganac, bro. He's gonna spawn.
Let me see.
Nobody uses this weapon.
Hold on, let me see if I could max my school out with the. I mean, max that ability out that does the instant revive.
I've been recruiting level 4s.
Yo, what school is it that does the instant revive?
Yo, let's go and trade. Want to recruit noob?
Nah.
That's what we should do.
That's just extra, bro. Too many steps. Come on. This is just.
Come on.
Do
let's
what?
Up, bro. I'm here.
Do what?
I was saying go on recruit chat and saying want to invite level 5 and under. Want to invite level 5s and under.
Come on, bro.
Use them as bait. That's a good idea. Fuck it. Niggas are jumping. That's it.
You know they're gonna have some shit that's not ranked, bro.
Yeah. Even the Warframe, all of that shit. We just invite niggas that everything gotta be on rank. Y'all can start it up, I'm ready. You can start it up? Can't start it? Okay. What you call it? Yeah, that's a good idea, bro.
Oh, I'm about to form my Helios. That's what I'm doing after this.
You gotta be able to kill them by yourself, though. You get 3 motherfucking noobs, all unranked shit. So you're willing to carry. I got my sirens. I'll carry them
It's
again.
harder to fight them because you can only lock them down 3 times, but that's all I need. And on top of that, like I've been killing him before I have.
Nah, you can lock him down unlimited, but before you used to be able to glitch that nigga out, and he would just stay looking at his toes while you blow the back of his head off.
Yeah, now he'll get pissed and might be immune to lockdown.
I wonder if it's because he got juiced or
Nah, I think it was a
they
bug.
fixed the glitch.
I
Yeah.
think, yeah, I think it was a bug.
Sure.
It'd have been nice if it wasn't a bug, and every time he comes back, in the beginning he'll be getting fucked up like that, and then he'll start getting stronger as the next like.
Yeah, that's what happens though. No, that's what happens. You can lock him down like 10 times probably, and then it's that being immune to it.
Oh yeah, I'm learning how to Saren, man. How to Saren.
So when you see the numbers all around you like that, just hit miasma and kill everything. You'll speed the mission up. Like we should be on wave 5 already. The first enemies that you see, for real, we should. I'm not lying. Look, the first enemies that you see, look for them in the corner. Infect them niggas. Make sure you got toxic lash on always. Like I told you before, static core, a fucking arc of plasma where you don't have to aim. All you gotta do is hit. Or you can bring, Atarax, a Scoliac, a motherfucking Legion, anything you can slide. Any melee attack is actually stronger than your primary or secondary if you hit them with if you hit it with toxic lash. But you gotta make sure to always have your toxic lash on. Always. Put toxic lash on always.
Is that R1 and X?
Get used to the time on it.
No.
Huh? No, that's R1 and circle, baby. Your third ability. Always have that on.
Oh, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, before you hit an enemy, you should have that on. That'll spread your spores.
I think they spread already, for real, if you kill them.
Because I haven't been doing that.
I know that if they die of the spores, it doesn't spread. I know that for a fact. If they die of the spores, it doesn't spread.
Yeah,
no, you gotta keep spreading it.
No, but you don't have to use your third ability to spread it.
No, yeah, but it does. You don't have to use it, but it does. And you could kill everybody at the same time as you're spreading the new spawns. And I mean, that's how I do it.
It just increases the damage, I think, for your melee.
Well, you gotta remember, the more people are infected, the higher you're doing damage by a tick, right? So you want to keep everybody infected. You don't want them to die.
I know.
I do that all the time. I run by enemies. Check this out. Aang, you might want to do this, right? So you infect the posses, right? And run right through them. Run into the next mob. Infect them niggas. Make a U-turn. Hit that miasma. All them niggas are spreading. All them niggas are dying and spreading into everybody who's around them when they're dying. So you just cover like the whole map. Whether you might not see the numbers of them dying, you'll see at that little red ball on the bottom, that orb at the bottom right of your screen, you'll see how many enemies are infected and how much damage you're doing per tick to those enemies there. So you trying to keep that number?
3,000, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I think 2,400, 2,500 was the highest I ever got to. But like I said, with just, when you're killing low level content like this, you'll reach that damage, and then before you know everybody's dead, it decays, and unless you, so when it starts to decay, Aang, that's another thing. When you see that it says decay, it'll start going down by 10%, after, I forget how much is done, and then it goes down to 30%. So the longer that you take to infect another enemy before that decay reaches 0, the less damage you're going to do, because that number just keeps going down. So you want to keep that number while it's alive, while you got enemies infected, as high as possible, so that when you do kill, we don't stay for 10 damage. You only do 5. You don't show up after 5. You only show up before 5. Yeah. If you don't pop on the
can we
4
go
or
to
5
Helene,
minutes,
please? Arlene has lower level enemies on it, meaning
You
that
don't
there's
want lower
lower.
level enemies. They gotta be high level. You got a 4% chance if you do low level enemies. We don't want a 4% chance. We want a 6% chance. And you can't do more than 5 waves. Listen, you don't gotta run with us, bro. I'm just using
Go
the
to IO.
strategy.
Isn't IO above 20?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always do. Yeah, pick it.
Go to IO.
Go ahead, baby. Pick it. Pick the mission. Pick the mission. I don't care. As long as we're moving, I don't care. As long as it's above level 20,
Putting
and
a
it's only
model
5
number.
waves, let's do it.
I'm picking it. Ayo.
Only thing, see, but delete. Nah. Stop, Angel. No. We can't go there. And the reason we can't go there is because the 4th
Man, y'all
random
just
that
pick
we
the
get,
missions.
listen, the 4th random that we get will not be going to IO to level up a weapon. He'll be going there to form Oxygen.
Yeah, just pick
And
one of
he
the
won't
missions.
have, yeah, the same one. Everybody that knows about this mission, that's hunting the wolf, knows to bring an unranked weapon. Everybody who's doing this
Oh
mission
shit! Oh, hold on.
to level up,
Let me form on my Helios. So it can be unranked. Form it right now. Put a D polarity on it. Volatility. Whatever, man.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
Okay.
Alright.
Start the mission.
Yep, because I gotta form my Argonac again after this anyway.
Well, we only do 5 missions and everything, so it's gonna take you a long time to master the rest of it.
Oh, I gotta put my radiation back on. Forgot about that.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
If we can avoid alerting them, this may be easier.
It's too low, that's why I'll keep it loud, because they don't all play by the same volume. Alright, remember, and catch these niggas by the corners. Hit them with your spores. Hit them with your spores. Watch that shit spread. Hit my ass on. Chase the next positive. Hit them with your spores. Hit my ass on. We'll just throw the whole map. See, this mission should have been over already, bro. You're not infecting nobody. I'm looking right at this shit. I can see when you're infecting them and then you're not, baby. Yeah, remember, everybody can see that shit. You can see too when you do my ass, man. They're not right in your face. Aim. Like, roam like the corners and shit. Or get a good angle where you can hit the corners when you make a spawn. Hit him with a spore. If you bought the Arca or something wide, make sure you got your toxic glass on. Aim a nigga. Spread that shit even more. Yeah. See, they shouldn't even reach this area right here. No, they're not. They're right here destroying the fucking... There you go. That's how you go.
You can just let.
Yeah,
let
they
your
shouldn't
sport
reach the
spread.
cryo pad, bro.
You don't have to use your armor.
They shouldn't reach the cryo pad thing. All the way to wave 5. Nobody should step foot in this room right here. Nobody should be able to get into this room. Nobody. Damn, there's niggas in here. See?
It's decaying.
Yeah, but when you go on ESO, you're going to definitely need that regenerative morph. Hell yeah. And it's generous. You give yourself energy. I never went anywhere with a siren when I was entering. Fuck that.
Yeah.
And in ESO, what I used to do, right? Because if you spam it too much, you know, if you spam your force too much, this nigga stops you from using your ability. So he stops it for, I think, it's 15 seconds, right? So what I used to do, as soon as that shit, the counter died down, I was spamming again, dude. In the meantime, I'm spreading the spores, and I mean, on the very second that shit gives me the ability to use it again, I spam the fuck out of that shit. Yo, I know, but I'm looking fucking just. I don't even gotta see nobody, dude. I said, what nigga, and they all die? That's a good job, bro. That's too easy. Hell yeah.
It's not enough enemies, man.
That's how I always feel when I'm playing with a Siren.
Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Yeah, she makes everything easy.
Oh shit. I mean, I gotta switch something up real quick.
Oh shit. They dropped a whole bunch of new shit on AJB, nigga. I'm getting that shit right now. That niggas drop new shit every day though. Yeah, I haven't checked in a couple of days. Huh?
Yo, what? Do you guys know what makes gas?
Yeah.
Heat and toxin.
Who? Heat and toxin?
And toxin, baby.
Hold on, let me just put gas on quick.
I thought you said you need a radiation for the...
I do,
for the wall.
but I'm putting radiation on my catchment. I'm putting the heat and toxin on my just wanna make sure I have gas. That's not gas? Wait. What did I do wrong? Fuck! Oh, Vigilant Scourge. Okay. Oh, shit, that's even a thing. Alright.
Oh, the new Eric Sermon album. Cool. Getting that.
Hey, y'all trying to do the Exploiter Orb today?
I am not.
I'm probably gonna leave soon.
Where you going,
not.
You getting back on?
I'm gonna work.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, they put it as a bounty now.
Defend the cargo
I
until
love the exploiter
reinforcements
orb. That
arrive.
shit fun as hell.
It's not bad.
I think it's the funnest boss in the game.
I think I've learned something a little less.
It takes skill. Takes skill, man. Gotta hit the shit.
I love that shit. Well, I didn't get to smoke, I mean, the whatever Athena.
Yeah, you ain't never gonna get that shit. That shit is impossible.
Yeah, the shocking one, right?
I'll give you mine for 100 Plat. I'll give you mine for 100 Plat.
Can you trade those?
No, but I definitely take his 100 Plat.
Yo, can't. You wanna farm it later with me?
You gonna be on later? Like towards the night?
All you gotta do is kill all the assassination targets. Get them off. Go to the void. Go to Margit. That's where he always pops up in. Always.
What time we get off, man?
Get off, bro. Niggas just gigolo, bro. You don't know if you're going to get water for a couple of hours or just 5 minutes. You get gigolo. Just to be doing. I live like a gigolo moment.
Oh my god, man. Why are they dying so fast? What fucking kind of mission is this? They're dying too fast, bro.
Ooh, I ain't hear this shit. Well, I want to hear this. Stomp with Nipsey Hussle and Rockin' Monster. Say what? You heard that shit already? Well, you don't listen to Nipsey, right?
Who are you talking to?
It's called Stomp, man. You heard that new shit by Nipsey? Yes or no? So it's a simple question, bro. Who I'm talking to? It's not Can't hate this music. I don't know how he puts up with this shit. What kind of music you listen to, Can't? I know you don't listen to rap, but don't tell me you listen to rap. Don't tell me you listen to hip hop. Nah.
I don't really need music.
Oh hell no, that's cigarette stuff with the Warframe. What? That's the best combination. Everybody would agree with that thing. The best combination is the Warframe and music. You don't even need the sounds of the game. Just music. Get you hyped up. You need this. Headshot motherfuckers back to back. Clear maps. Take your rage out.
Put the Eidolon on his knees.
Yeah. Heard that. Teabag the Eidolon. Little big head. Give me a Twinkie face.
My Warframe is strong. Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue?
Alright, whenever y'all take a break, I'll get dressed and go to my fucking new horse. See, look, 238 kills. But I got 41. Kent got 23. King got 35. We should have 0, my nigga. Word up. You're supposed to get every kill. I'm not lying. You want to show him, Cat? How
That never
you
happened.
you
That
want to
never
show him,
happened.
Cat? How you use it on
Only
son?
person I seen do that
Bring
is a
his son.
fucking
Nah, he don't want to
Clara.
bring his son. Cat don't want to bring his son.
Alright. I think I gotta get off though.
Alright, baby, you be good. Yeah, let me break this sweat up. I'm still going to Hydron though. I ain't stopping Hydron until I find this nigga. Now that I know that it's a 6% chance. Straight up. Fuck that. I'm getting this nigga. One way or another. I'm gonna get this nigga. Alright, let me pause this so I can do this over here. I want this shit right now. I hope it's not corny.
Operator, the system needs you.
Alright. I
Will
guess
you
I'll just
begin
go back
another
in
mission?
arbitrations.
Ya tuve como download this all. I want to download this real quick.
We roll the block like strike with it. And get straight to the source. We never off course. We on the straight road. Keep riding heavy and slow. So watch it
So
like last like a weekend. Running on that cheap gas. We on that top grade. Money when the stocks trade. Body when the shots spray. Nigga, we stay gunning. Y'all dudes stay running. Paranoid, not really knowing when the shots coming. We get them all sides. Bigger than you small guys. All lies. So we in the place, giving space. Peace to Baylay. Sending out a Mayday. Checks keep coming, nigga. Every minute's payday. Past your heyday, your 15 minutes is up. You need to give it up. Willie Weeders did enough. You not real enough. Claim you ain't feeling us. Smash when you feel the rush. We done came to sell it up. Centrifugal force in the voice makes you abide with flat lines. Move to the rhymes of Panama. All sides. Physical dimes. Skyline at the brick court. Killing sunrise while I make joints. Bloody feet, coke in his nostrils. Feeding wet the round table chairs with apostles. A bad Benatar, broad near me score. Matriarch, don't for the game, I gave her passion marks. Assassins and satin, gold daggers and calfskin. Handbags imported from Athens. My crab cakes is back then, ordered with an accent. Professional black men, tight form, light cars, pipe bomb, was thrown on
hold on 1 second. Let me check this.
So arbitration is the same rotation and tile sets all the time, or does it ever change? Hello?
Good motherfucking nigga, my shit.
Right, exactly. I mean, that was the context missing out of Bill Barr's initial 4-page letter to Congress. It just used the last line of that graph where it said we cannot exonerate him, but he didn't commit a crime. And left out this key phrase that you said, that basically we would state so if we did not believe he obstructed justice. And also, Robert Mueller in this report laid out that, look, we're not going to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, but this may be something better left for Congress. That is something that Bill Barr did not convey in his press conference today, nor during his hearing on the Hill when he was pressed on this. He didn't say that Robert Mueller expressly said this in the report, and now we're reading through it. And it seems to me, as Jeffrey said earlier, that this is an invitation potentially for Congress to take a look at some of this. But clearly, this is complicated. This is nuanced. They wove together 10 different scenarios, incidents involving the president in this obstruction probe to try to show a pattern of behavior and the president's intent and motive. And they said in the report that publicly and privately, the president tried to get witnesses to not cooperate with investigators. And they looked at his public statements, what he tweeted as part of this obstruction probe, which is also really interesting. They said the president is not immune from what he has said publicly because of the power he has in his office. So this is something, this is leaving now the legal realm of the obstruction aspect and now entering this other realm of morality, ethics, impeachability, and we're already hearing Democrats on the Hill.
And let me go to you, because it sounded like 3 weeks ago from Bill Barr's memo, that Special Counsel Robert Mueller was ambivalent. He didn't know what to think about obstruction of justice, but that's not how I actually read it. It seems like he actually has an idea, but it's just he thinks his options are limited.
I think this is one of the huge revelations that we got today. I think just going off what Bill Barr told us a few weeks ago, it sounded like Mueller just said, can't make up my mind, sorry. AG, why don't you just fill in for me? That is not at all what happened. We now see when we look at the report. First of all, Robert Mueller never called on the Attorney General to step in and make a decision, nor should he have, given the way the Special Counsel is set up. The whole point of the Special Counsel is take the key decisions outside the normal President to Attorney General chain of command. And the other thing, when you look at the body of evidence that this document lays forth, those 10 things that Pam talked about, it is a devastating case for obstruction. And we're all familiar with what those defenses are. The only real defenses that are laid out here are, number one, he was sort of saved by his staff who refused. I would want to ask the question, how about attempt? I mean, attempting to commit a crime is still a crime under federal law. I don't see a clear answer. And then that he did it out in the open is sort of the other defense that gets put forward here, which I think can help on the intent, but people commit crimes out in the open all the time. So I think we've seen, now that we've seen Robert Mueller state, the obstruction inquiry looks much, much different.
Carrie, let me ask you, because some of it did take place out in the open, but some of it took place behind closed doors. For instance, when the president, according to the Mueller report, calls the White House counsel, Don McGahn, at home and tells him to fire the special counsel, Robert Mueller. And then he gets mad at McGahn for not denying the facts that happened. Is that part of an obstruction charge, not just the action of firing Robert Mueller, which didn't happen, we should know. But also the request, we're going to go to Adam Schiff right now, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, who's speaking. Let's listen in.
Around the country reviewing the Mueller report, or those sections of it that were not redacted. And I'd like to share with you some early observations from what I've been able to read so far. First, as we reported some time ago, and as the intelligence community disclosed as well, there was an extensive campaign by the Russians to interfere in our elections in 2016. That interference took many forms, but most significantly, it took the form of an effort through social media to divide the country, to push out favored narratives, to assist the Trump campaign on social media through a massive effort led by the Internet Research Agency out of St. Petersburg. It also embarked on an effort to hack and dump emails from the Democratic campaign of Hillary Clinton, from her campaign manager John Podesta, and other efforts through their hacking and dumping operation to influence the outcome in the election. These efforts, similar to the social media campaign, were designed to help one party, Donald Trump, and hurt another, Hillary Clinton. There were also efforts through any number of meetings between Russians and Trump campaign people to exert influence, a covert influence operation mounted by the Russians that continued during the campaign as well as after the campaign. And I want to make several points about these findings for what we can tell so far from the Mueller report. First, the Attorney General did a grave disservice to the country by misrepresenting significant parts of the Mueller report, by attempting to put a positive spin for the president on the special counsel's findings. The Attorney General is not the president's personal lawyer, although he may feel he is. He is supposed to be the highest law enforcement officer in the land, and he is supposed to represent the interests of the American people. But when the Attorney General gives the perception that the President fully cooperated in the investigation when he didn't, that they provided all the information materials when they didn't, when the President, in fact, deprived the special counsel of perhaps the single most important piece of evidence, that is his own verbal testimony, that misleads the American people. When the Attorney General represents on the obstruction case or suggests that the special counsel desired him to make that decision, that the special counsel wasn't mindful of the Office of Legal Counsel opinion that a special counsel cannot indict a sitting president, when the Attorney General mischaracterizes the report in that way, he does a disservice to the country. A few things leap out about the substantive allegations on obstruction of justice and the issue of conspiracy. On the issue of obstruction of justice, the report outlines multiple attempts by the president to mislead the country, to interfere with the investigation, to make false statements to the American people, and to urge others to lie to the American people, to urge those of his staff to take actions to further obstruct the investigation, which may have been refused, but they were not refused owing to any goodwill or good motive on the president's part, far to the contrary. That these actions had a material impact on the investigation, that in fact the special counsel was deprived of information, or at least the timely access to information as a result of things that the president did and said. It made our job, certainly in our committee during our investigation, that much more difficult as it did the special counsel's investigation. Those acts of obstruction of justice, whether they are criminal or not, are deeply alarming in the President of the United States. It's clear that Special Counsel Mueller wanted Congress to consider the repercussions and the consequences. It is clear the Special Counsel believed that no one was above the law, and that includes the President of the United States. The Attorney General's actions would make the President above the law, would make the President such that he cannot commit the crime of obstruction of justice. That was not the Special Counsel's view.
The enemy
the Special
is at
Counsel,
our doorstep.
as he made clear,
You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
He would have said so. He did not. He
The
left that
Grenier
issue to the Congress
deteriorates
of the
over
United
time.
States,
Is
and
that
we
what
will
makes
need to
them
consider
violent?
it. On the issue of conspiracy, and again in contrast to what the Attorney General represented, as I have said all along, each of the acts that I enumerated, each of the meetings, each of the contacts is not only spelled out in this report, corroborated in this report, but additional contacts and acts are also itemized. It gives us more information than the public knew about these illicit contacts between the Trump campaign and the Russians, whether they were also connected in criminal conspiracy or not. And contrary to what the Attorney General represented, the special counsel makes it clear he did not consider collusion, as that colloquial term is understood, but rather whether the facts amounted to the crime of conspiracy. And on that issue, in fact, in the case of the Trump Tower meeting, he found that while there was evidence, he could not establish two parts of the crime. That, in fact, Don Jr. did accept the offer of Russian help, but that he could not establish with admissible evidence either the willful intent by Kushner or Don Jr. or Manafort to violate the law, or that the material they received was sufficiently damaging to meet the statutory definition. That is a far cry from that is the special counsel's determination that notwithstanding the evidence on this issue involving Trump Tower and other interactions, like the provision of polling data by Manafort, which we have learned today, was far more ongoing than we knew, that the special counsel could not establish a criminal conspiracy beyond reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of the truth. So these are the overall conclusions. But let me just say to sum up, and then I'll be happy to go to your questions. As I said some time ago, whether these acts are criminal or not, whether the obstruction of justice was criminal or not, or whether these contacts were sufficiently illicit or not to rise to the level of a criminal conspiracy, they are unquestionably dishonest, unethical, immoral, and unpatriotic, and should be condemned by every American. That is not the subject of vindication. That is the subject of condemnation. And that is how I think we should view the Mueller report. And I'm happy to go to your questions. That are redacted in the report, some that are those that really go to facts that are not being presented to the public, that would shed light on additional either illicit contacts or the nature of those contacts between the Russians and the Trump campaign. But other sections that are almost completely redacted go to the prosecutorial judgment. And that is when the special counsel looked at the evidence of conspiracy on these particular incidents, and in particular vis-a-vis WikiLeaks and the disclosure of that information, the contacts between the Trump campaign and WikiLeaks. The sections on the exercise of that prosecutorial judgment, why the special counsel concluded what the counsel did, have been largely redacted. And we need to know that information. So we will be seeking the complete and unredacted report, again, so that we can do our proper oversight. One other matter that is very important to point out, that is that, as the special counsel makes clear in the report, the counterintelligence findings are not completely included in this report. That, in fact, there were FBI agents embedded in the special counsel's team who were looking at the issue of compromise or counterintelligence. And that some of that information is not included. Others, of course, it may be included but redacted. Our Community Intelligence Committee has requested that Mueller testify to understand exactly what was found in terms of any counterintelligence efforts, any efforts by the Russians to make use of U.S. persons, particularly those affiliated with the Trump campaign, as witting or unwitting agents of the Russian government. Is it game over? Well, it's certainly not game over in the sense that there's a lot more that we need to know that's redacted in this report. And again, this report only goes to what is criminal and not criminal. Other actions that may have compromised the president or others around him may or may not be even included in the report. In the interest of making sure that our policy is driven by the best interests of the country and not by the personal or financial interests of the president or anyone around him, we need to find out the answers to that. But we will certainly be guided by the good investigative work that the special counsel has done. It is not our intention to redo all the painstaking work that the special counsel has conducted. Indeed, it would be possible for us to do so. The special counsel has access a bevy of FBI agents, subpoenas, grand juries, etc. that we do not have advantage of. This is one of the reasons why it's so important for Congress to be able to obtain this information, so we do not have to recreate the wheel. But it is important to note that the facts that are now established
Extraction
by
is
this
ready.
report are
Unless you can handle the enemy.
All right, we're going to break away from the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Adam Schiff, Democrat of California.
Why?
The extraction
Well,
team
talk,
will take
John.
over
He had a lot to
Time
say
to
about the Mueller report and about Attorney General Bill Barr. I think a fair summary would be he said something along the lines of whether or not the acts detailed in the report, acts of meeting with Russians or acts of potential obstruction of justice, whether they are criminal or not, they are dishonest, unethical, immoral, and
Why
unpatriotic.
would you cut out? You fucking dummy.
Kirsten Powers, let me start with you and your reaction to what Chairman Schiff had to say and to the Mueller report.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with him that it's absolutely damning. And I think if you look at this, let's just take the obstruction of justice information that was laid out. If that's not obstruction of justice in a legal term, I don't know what is. And one of the articles of impeachment for Nixon was obstruction of justice. So it's a very serious, crime, and it's something that I think in a normal place, if we were to go back maybe to the Nixon era when you had more bipartisanship, I think you would have Republicans probably a lot more upset than you're hearing then, because this is very similar as what happened with the special prosecutor in the Nixon case. He laid it out just the way Mueller has laid this out and sent it to Congress and let Congress decide what to do with it. And that's very clearly what is supposed to happen here. And I think that there's just no way to look at that and say that the president wasn't trying to obstruct justice. Well, what was he doing? He wasn't trying to obstruct justice. The only reason it wasn't happening was because people around him were stopping him from doing it. And the other thing I would point out is I think all of those people are now gone. And he's pretty much replaced everybody with lackeys, people who
all the guardrail people
are gone. And so now you have him operating with nobody, as far as we can tell, if we're going to look at the Attorney General's behavior thus far, who's going to push back against him.
And Mary Catherine, I guess a counter-argument to that, to what Kirsten Powers just said, would be with Watergate, you had a fundamental underlying crime, which was the Watergate break-in.
The enemy is at our doorstep.
We
must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Right. Oh, okay. There's no underlying crime with Bill Clinton. But in any case, my point to what Bill Barr would say, were he here right now, is they found no evidence or insufficient evidence of conspiracy.
Right. Look, I hope nobody missed leg day because carrying these goalposts are going to be very heavy if you want to do it for the next 18 months. Because the idea of coalescing, the idea of collusion, which everyone we all know used for 2 years as a shorthand for a conspiracy in a large criminal sense. The idea that we did not use that for that, and that conclusion does not matter, and that therefore it's like somehow improper to point out that there was no collusion as we meant it for the last 2 years, I think is an operation of gaslighting. There was no collusion. It is good news. Great news it wasn't a foreign asset, and they gave the duly elected president. That being said, when you move on to the obstruction stuff, Trump once again, by the way, I'm on record for saying that all of the things that are revealing here are bad judgment and often lies. I've said this many times. But the bar was set at this level, and it wasn't set by the president. There were plenty of other people, entire media, that said it there on the obstruction of justice stuff. Again, I am very thankful for those who stopped him from doing things that I think would have completely put through the presidency. I also think that this now becomes, as you said, a political calculation when it comes to the Congress to decide how much you do want to put out there on the line for an obstruction charge that ultimately did not obstruct the investigation. He got access to what he wanted. We have an answer in this report. I think it's important to take that answer, especially.
I would just like to say that we don't have an answer. On the subject of obstruction, the special counsel said Congress, you decide. Congress, and it is for, but we don't have an actual answer. The special counsel did not make a determination on constitution. From my point of view, and I also think from a political point of view, it's important to step back and say, yes, the special counsel came to the conclusion that there was no criminal conspiracy. Got it. But to the question of
obstruction did the president and his allies and the people around him engage in nefarious activity, and activity that if they were not sitting in the White House, if they were not president of the United States of America, would he and the folks around him currently be in jail? But lest we forget that Michael Cohen was named the president as an unindicted co-conspirator, and now it seems like it happened so long ago. But I just think from a political perspective, the Democrats are just going to have to make a decision about what they think is, Democrats on the Hill, about what they think is important and how much political capital they're willing to expel on this issue. There are a number of folks in the base that say, obviously, we have to investigate this in Congress and start impeachment proceedings. There are a number of actual elected officials that say, well, that's too far. I don't think that's where we should go. This will be a fight that will ensue.
Including the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer of Maryland, a Democrat, who said basically the president, the American people are going to get to judge this in a year and a half during the presidential election. What's your reaction to the
very, very similar to Mary for a long time, 2 years, on this program, on others, across network television, there's absolutely proof that go on. I mean, I could read the full quotes of conspiracy and collusion of corporate tests. And you know what? Just wait. We're going to wait for this report. Just wait. Let's all read it. And lo and behold, as Mary Catherine points out, now that there is no conspiracy and collusion, there's lies that go points out and something else. Look, they could have indicted John Jr. They could have done a lot of people. They could have done it. I mean, there's no reason. The president's something different. There are a lot of other people who have chronicled this report on the conspiracy part of the report simply passed over because there's not enough. And there's to the obstruction piece, right? As Jeffrey points out, the legal term, old-fashioned legal term, is scienter. Let's not overlook. That's the nub of the obstruction charge. Is your intent, the person's intent at the time. I mean, we have all smart lawyers sitting here, and if that isn't the nub of it, then tell me what is.
Jeff?
You know, I don't know about moving goalposts and impeachment and all of the political ramifications. Just look at the behavior that's described in this report. What was the President of the United States doing? Constantly trying to interfere with this investigation. Whether he's trying to get Mueller himself fired, whether he's firing James Comey, whether he's trying to get Michael Cohen to stay on the team and not testify against him. Just the morality of his behavior is worth focusing on. The actual things he did. I don't know what the political evidence is.
That's why he urged everybody in the White House to participate fully. You had unprecedented cooperation. As you pointed out earlier, they also want to be sure. Genius move by his lawyers, right? Provide enough background information to everybody. So Mueller says not enough. Mueller said his response was quote insufficient and inadequate. That is not response. The president's response.
I just like to know this is what people call it. This is not the justice system. This is not the justice system. If it was the justice system, honestly, the things that were laid out, that was supposed to be in handcuffs right now. This is an enforcement system.
We're going to take a very quick break. More than 400 pages of material are here. We have a lot more to discuss in our breaking news. Don't go anywhere. We're going to squeeze in a very quick break. Stay with us.
Hurry the fuck up.
After that, our salads are usually topped in with peaches and berries.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
I'm Rudy Giuliani, one of the President's attorneys live in Washington, D.C. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time today. Let's go ahead and get your initial reaction to what we have learned so far.
Well, we're very, very happy. I mean, it's a clear victory. I think any lawyer would say when you get a declination, you just won. Now, this is a little strange because the special counsel has used a standard of proof that's unheard of. He says he can't be conclusively sure that the president didn't commit obstruction. Well, you know, that means the president has to prove his innocence, which kind of upends 2,000 years of jurisprudence. But be that as it may, that's the reason maybe why he was confused. Look at the page 2 of the report. You'll see 2 statements. He says, we can't conclude the president committed a crime, but we can exonerate him. Well, nobody's asking him to exonerate him. And the reality is that the overarching principle of obstruction law is it's very, very hard to make an obstruction case when there's no proof there's an underlying crime. So you have to assume the president's innocent, which he is.
Why did Bob Mueller punt on that decision?
Because I suspect he had a disagreement in his staff. The Attorney General today laid out the classic view of obstruction. What I had many debates with him, with the independent...
You stupid. Shut the fuck up.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Now. Tell him in the dick.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. We're done here.
Yo, homies, as always, man, thank you guys so much for clicking on the video. Look, I just want to let you guys know some real stuff. Like, I judge others based on my perception of them and what I know, not what other people tell me or try to persuade me to think. So if you let people lead you in the direction to where they want to lead you, that means you're easily influenced, and that's one of the biggest problems. As always, homies, we back with the foolishness. Now look, today's video is even El Foolisher. That's the word of today, El Foolisher. Because partners were going wild, right? But look, before I get into that, I know that there's a small Uzi on Reddit like 4 to 5 people that actually say that they don't like my content. It's offensive. Hold on. It's me powering up a slap. You guys might want to leave. Hey, can we escort them out? Yeah. These guys right here. The guy with the cargo shorts with no pockets. The guy with the button-up shirt with no collar. Yeah. This guy right here. Can we escort them out? The one with the backpack with no zippers? Thank you. Now look, you guys know what I want. I want to hear from you guys in the comment section with the foolishness that I'm going to go over in today's video. You guys know I'm an entertainer. This is what I do, so we already escorted everybody else, so there should be no problems. Let's go. Bars. So yesterday was just completely ridiculante, right? You guys know what that means. That's Portuguese for, Mama, get the camera. These boys wilding again. So it was just straight Civil War Partners edition. So the partners were upset, big mad about the partner program. Now, you guys may have heard the partner program news starting to come up lately, acting like it's brand new news or something like that. It's not, trust me. The partner program has been going at it, fighting Civil War edition for the past 2 years plus. This has been a thing, right? But this is the first time it's really been like a strong public event, okay? You ain't have to buy no tickets. Now, the thing about this is that partners are upset, and what they were voicing, some people were voicing their opinions, saying that some people need to be kicked out the partner program. They need to be removed. Get the boot, leave. You don't belong here. Hit the road, Jack, and don't come back no more. Right? So what was basically going on is that what the facts. Now look, disclaimer, I wasn't included. I was tweeting about anime, but I was still watching from a distance. I was like, look at these people over here acting a fool.
I've been
right?
thinking,
So what
operator,
they're saying is that people ain't got the
you
numbers to be representing the Warframe partnership. They ain't got the views to be representing the Warframe partnership. I said, oh, tell it like it is then. Say it louder. Say it from the hilltop so they can hear you in the back, right? So what's being said is that partners are being put on a chopping block by other streamers. It was mainly streamers over there. So if you're a Warframe partner, or if you're not a Warframe partner, you may not know this, right? If you're a Warframe YouTuber, you really get no benefits to being a Warframe partner. You have to be a streamer to really get the full benefits to being a Warframe partner. That's where all the benefits at. YouTube kind of gets nothing, right? So look, the streamers were spazzing out. The streamer says, look, they're not holding down the Warframe partnership the way it should be held down. And I was like, dang, okay. So as I'm looking across, watching people wilding out, people getting called out straight up. So while Taylor, D.E. Taylor, is seeing these people spazzing out, D.E. Taylor has to intervene. She's like, hey, come here, hey, shut up, hey, look, we do. I do my job. Hey, slap your lip. You're talking too much. Look, hey, listen. We do hit up people and let them know, but we don't make it public. So people are jumping in, and they're like, hey, Warframe isn't heartless, okay? They're not just going to kick people out, because the information of what's going on is that they want the Warframe partners who are not uploading Warframe content or who are not streaming Warframe content to be removed from the partnership because they're not abiding by their own rules, right? So they called out Warframe. I was like, oh, just call Warframe out like that. I was like, dang. So what basically was said is that Warframe ain't following their own criteria for being a partner, and I'm big upset. And now these are other partners that say these things. And then you have other partners coming into it like, why does it bother you that other people are just, you know what I'm saying, doing other content or have other things going? But like I say, guys, you guys know I know what's going on. So let me tell you this. Let me tell you the scoop, right? Anytime the content gets dry, people start spazzing out. Okay, people start acting a fool because the content ain't there, so they can't really do what they want to do. And the directory on Twitch is a huge part for Warframe, but it's low because the content isn't producing anything, right?
Excellent armaments.
Now, like
operator.
I said, you guys know I try to play the middleman. I'm trying to understand both sides, right? So I'm gonna give you guys one side of the whole thing. One side is you have these content creators that definitely went out of their way to make Warframe their #1 game. That means that is their job, that is their livelihood, that's their content. If there's no content being produced, it's hard for them to actually actually work and keep up the content the same passion and enthusiasm as what you always had, right? So I understand that part because Warframe's been slacking on the content, but I've been trying to keep my mouth closed, right? Now, here's the other thing. I haven't streamed Warframe in basically 6 months, but I still do. I haven't streamed Warframe in 6 months. I haven't played Warframe in 6 months. The only reason why I came back to Warframe, just so I can spite Reddit. You know what I'm saying? Just so I can keep doing what I do, so I can troll out. Now, here's the thing, right? With that being said, with me understanding that one part, I feel like
The White House on its way to Mar-a-Lago, notably not stopping to talk to reporters or answer any questions. What's going on? Cats and dogs living together. Like earlier today, did take something of a victory lap.
And I'm happy with Route 32. It was called No Collusion, No Obstruction. There never was, by the way, there never will be. And we do have to get to the bottom of these things, I will say. This should never happen to another president again. This hoax. It should never happen to another president again.
The president's legal team says that the president has been vindicated by this report. CNN's Caitlin Collins is live at the White House. Caitlin, I've read a lot of this report. Vindication is not the word that comes to mind.
No, it's certainly not. And what White House officials were worried about when this report came out is that it was not going to paint a flattering picture of their work environment. It certainly doesn't do that. And one of the things that you are picking up on when you read this report is all of the statements that the White House, including the president and his officials, made that were not true. One of the ones that was the major ones was what Sarah Sanders said after they fired James Comey, which was that from the briefing room podium that she had heard from countless FBI agents who had lost confidence in Comey. Now, in this report, it reveals that what she said was not actually founded on anything she acknowledged to investigators. There were other lies about Flynn communicating with Russians during the election, including in the Mueller report, Flynn's deputy lying to the Washington Post, telling them that what they had reported about him discussing sanctions with the Russian ambassador the day after they had been imposed was not true. And the Mueller report says that she knowingly relayed false information to the Washington Post. And Jake, there are a series of others. And basically, the theme you pick up on is that a news story was reported, the White House deemed it as false, and then now in this report, in excruciating detail, they're revealing how what the media reported was actually true.
And Caitlin, the report also describes that while the special counsel did not establish that the president or anyone close to him helped in the Russian conspiracy, quote, the president had a motive to put the FBI's Russia investigation behind him. The evidence does indicate that a thorough FBI investigation would uncover facts about the campaign and the president personally that the president could have understood to be crimes or that would give rise to personal and political concerns. So the idea of why is the president trying to stop this investigation when the fact that there's no conspiracy, we have an answer now, at least according to Robert Mueller.
Yeah, why he was trying to stop the investigation and all the attempts he made to stop the investigation that at the time the White House said was not true, including attempting to fire the special counsel, which Don McGahn, then the White House counsel, refused to do. That's the other thing that sticks out is the series of aides and officials who worked for the president and even outside people like Corey Lewandowski who refused to simply do things that the president asked them to do or directed them to do and waited until essentially he forgot about it. And Jake, we should note that's a theme that is still present in the West Wing of people either slow walking the president's orders or simply ignoring them and hoping he forgets that he gave them.
All right, Caitlin Collins at the White House. Let's talk about this with our legal heads over here. Because Kerry, this does seem significant. The special counsel is giving an alternate theory as to why the president was trying to squash this investigation, even though there was no evidence of conspiracy with Russia. There's a whole bunch of other stuff he didn't want the FBI poking around.
There was, and there was a lot of investigations that were spurred from this big investigation. I mean, we were talking earlier that there are 12 other investigations, and there is a whole lot of redacted information in this special counsel report, and the marker that is coded from the Justice Department is that it's ongoing investigations. So clearly, there was a lot of activity that even if we know not much of the special counsel's investigation resulted in criminal charges, and in addition, there is a lot of other activity that is, if they haven't been charged yet, is worthy of significant federal investigation, and a lot of those are ongoing.
But we're going to talk about these other investigations. How about this investigation? I mean, that was what is disclosed in this case. Donald Trump's famous speech where he says, Russia, find Hillary Clinton's emails. And you know what Russia did? They went and found Hillary Clinton's emails. I mean, that day, their trolls went out, the hackers went out, and they found Hillary Clinton's emails, which, by the way, may have tipped the outcome of the election. I mean, the idea that this was going on is the stuff of thriller fiction. And you know, the obstruction thing, I mean, I don't know what the word is, that's the opposite of enablers, like protectors.
The guardrails.
Rob Porter, the staff secretary who had to fire because the alleged wife beater, he's told to go see Rachel Brand, talk to Rachel Brand, who was third in the Justice Department, and find out if she's on the team, because he's thinking of firing Rosenstein. And Porter, recognizing how incredibly inappropriate this is, doesn't do it. But it's just like McGahn. K.T. McFarland, the former Deputy National Security Advisor. Corey Lewandowski, who is not exactly known as a squish. Yeah. He doesn't follow the president's orders. I mean, it's amazing that these people stepped in.
And Ellie, let me ask you a question, because Deborah just talked about when the president, as a candidate, said, Russia, if you're listening, get those 30,000 emails that Hillary Clinton deleted. He says in his answers to the special counsel, he was just joking, as anybody would know. But the special counsel's report says, behind the scenes, he was pushing his staff, go get those 30,000 emails. Michael Flynn, who later became the National Security Advisor, is charged with doing that. Now, they never ultimately get them. Is that criminal at all?
There's an argument. It would be a bit of a stretch on conspiracy law that an agreement between two or more people could be a crime. And there's some detailed analysis in this document, which I think is fairly well-founded, that they didn't quite get there. But let's keep in mind, the bottom line conclusion is there is not enough to charge a criminal conspiracy with Russia. But that is not the same thing as a clean bill of health. And there's two important...
Come on. Oh man, come on.
Miz.
Start Saturday, end Saturday. One big day to save like never before.
Years, and obviously the president was very. Historically, attorneys general are one of the most sensitive positions that a president appoints, and frankly, they put somebody they really trust in that position because oftentimes it's somebody that is going to protect them from getting in trouble. You can go back to John Mitchell in the Nixon years, you can go to Eric Holder in the Obama years, and obviously the president was very frustrated with the actions of his first attorney general because of the fact that he felt that Jeff Sessions was not protecting him, was not functioning in that role, and he ripped the bark off him for over a year for his decision to recuse. I suspect that the president was pretty pleased with the performance of Bill Barr today, and particularly on the issue of obstruction, because again, collusion, it does appear, and I will say that the Attorney General said it about a half dozen times. I've lost count after that. There was no collusion, there was no cooperation, there was no coordination, but there doesn't seem to be any contradiction there. When it came to the obstruction case, and as he pointed out, there were at least 10 instances that the special counsel raised that could be considered potential obstruction. Then you got into this very curious area where the Attorney General seemed almost to be acting as the counselor for the defense, for the counselor for the president, rather than the Attorney General talking about his motives, talking about his anger, his feeling that this was unfair and he was big, there were leaks, and really, as I say, making a case for the president. I suspect the Democrats' heads on Capitol Hill were exploding, and they're going to come down very sharply about the way that Bill Barr today laid this out, because there's no question, this is the first look, in a sense, that everybody has gotten today at the Mueller report, and this was as good a case as the president and the president's lawyers could make.
This morning, Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr held a press conference that both the right and left realized was the means to one end. To spin the Mueller report one last time as a positive for Trump,
Come on, man, it's your shit. Fuck them.
pretty devastating. I'll tell you though, the big thing for me, big deal for me in this was laying out very rich detail the magnitude and pervasiveness of the Russian interference in our election in 2016. And personally gratifying because of the intelligence community assessment that we rendered on January 6th of 2017, briefed then President-elect Trump on about the Russian interference. But this report, we only scratched the surface. And I hope Americans will take the time to read that. You know, collusion, obstruction aside, the big deal to me is the magnitude of Russian interference. And no one can say they didn't interfere. In fact, I think tainted by.
And like the president did on the world stage with Putin right by his side, where he said, I don't know why it would be Russia. And then they tried to say after that, he said it wouldn't. I was about as clumsy as all the other cover-ups that we see in this report. They knew there was interference. They tried to benefit from it. They did things that were wrong. They lied about the same. But those don't equate with crimes. So, Mr. Clapper, where does it leave us in terms of what to do with this information? What would be a righteous move by Congress?
Well, that's a great question. Commented earlier, particularly for the Democrats in the House, is whether to pursue this in terms of impeachment. Clearly, at least my read of the Mueller report is that there is a roadmap laid out there if the Congress chooses to follow it. I think the decision is whether to do that in the face of Republican or let this play out. Even the process of impeachment would cause even more divisiveness and polarization in this country. The only way to resolve this probably is at the polling place.
I mean, look, that is the purest way to speak out in opposition to something. And I don't know how it's going to get more clear than it is in this record. And if you don't have buy-in, if you don't have consensus, I don't know where it goes. But Jim Clapper, thank you so much for your guidance throughout this. And we will have to lean on you heavily going forward as well as we start to process everything that's in here and how it fits together. We will let's bring back Shimon Prokupez, CNN Crime Justice reporter, Sarah Myers, CNN correspondent, Josh Campbell, former special assistant to former FBI director and former FBI supervisory special agent, and Jennifer Rogers, CNN legal analyst.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
You'd think they'd clone something a little less ugly?
Is grossly distorted with the reality of this report. All of us have a way to say, I don't think about it. How do you use that term? It's not a conspiracy. If you want to use collusion by the Webster Dictionary, clever behavior, secretive behavior, there are tons of that documented in here, and those actions were lied about.
I mean, the real issue here that Mueller is looking into is what kind of crime committed here. And then he also points out that he has a foundation how was afterwards. Looking for coordination as well. The fact of the matter is what if you say it's important and established that they actually want to work together to interfere in the election. But you're right, collusion is a different animal altogether. You know, all of the context and people and so on that they're later lying about. But there certainly were plenty of what you call collusion that it was the other thing.
We are not their own agenda. Why would we want the President of the United States to be collusion? But they say collusion They are asking for trouble because there is a but then they demand that they have these contacts for the president. Even reading this report, when you listen, you read about the different people who work for the president who were interviewed by Mueller. There was always concern for Trump to somehow say, well, the Russians have to do so much. And he would go out of his way for everything. The Russians did try to help him. He does not want to have this.
Yes, we are all very happy that there is no funding of criminal conspiracy here. And we also expect that this has strong connections with the president-elect or the time exactly he's willing to go out there and say, Russia's national records and emails, give them time. This is not the kind of behavior I think we want to see from people who are running for president. This willingness to accept help from other countries who want to meddle in our election and want to cause chaos. Because remember, that's what the president is trying to do. They're trying to interfere and to that extent, it was a success. So whether it's a criminal conspiracy, whether it's collusion, I mean, this was still a hugely disruptive force in an American election.
Well, look what we spent 2 years trying to figure out. We shouldn't need to be having this conversation. We shouldn't have campaigns doing this, being saved by their own ignorance. Reese Trump Jr. didn't get charged according to the reporters. Couldn't tell whether he willfully or involved. We don't know if he was smart enough to know that trying to get help from foreign powers, let alone domestic ones, is a bad thing to do that would equate to campaign finance violation. Fluffy and good. You look at yourself as being accepted. I know in his brain that he look at that factor of public community came up with look at that. There's a mistake. The problem here, according to that the Attorney General, who can't lose sight, has allowed political talking for no collusion years that independent layer inside the Justice Department and stood at that microphone and repeated those remarks, no collusion, but then also took it a step further. And this is what really concerns me. And I've talked to people who have the same concern now. Imagine a defense counsel, a defense lawyer out there who is now has a case pending for the Department of Justice. If they now look at what Barr did to the president, saying, well, there was no crime, so we can understand that the president was frustrated, he was angry, and using that as some kind of excuse. I would imagine that any defense counsel with their sawed-off items right now is working on that same plan. If I have a case before DOJ, my client's getting prosecuted, and I think he's been treated unfairly, I'm going to bill him as unfair, I'm going to bill him as being felt like he's very interested, and then use that as a defense. I got to tell you, beyond this, feel free to push back on it. I think it's a good defense for the president here. If you believe that the president knew that there was no Russian agent in his midst, that nobody was doing that, and that he was open for business, and he is a man of questionable ethics.
Extraction is ready.
So that's his mindset.
You can handle more of the enemy. We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
So now he's angry. And he's president of the United States, which means he can express his anger in ways that would be wrong for us. He can tell people to do things. He's in charge of all these things. He has, Article 2 constitutional mandate. I think he's got a good defense.
It's a good defense, but the Attorney General should not be the one carrying the water. If the president's lawyer wants to do that, that's fine. He's going to stand there and Department of Justice and exactly what
here's exactly what in his press conference today. Yet, as he said from the beginning, being the president, there was, in fact, no collusion. This came from the Attorney General's mouth, too.
That's an irresponsible statement. One, because it's a point of advocacy, and two, it's not accurate in terms of the body of this report.
And that report also goes on to say, look, there was no criminal conspiracy between Donald Trump and the Russians, between the Trump campaign and the Russians. But it goes on to say, essentially there was a reason that Donald Trump was so scared of because they basically dredge up things that would be
why would you react? If someone that's not going to be your reaction.
What a dummy.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
brilliance of Bob Barr. Weeks ago, had he said then, when he came out on Sunday, he came out and said that I disagree. Robert Mueller or instructed disagreed. If he had said that then, 4 weeks it would have been the main headline of the story. I disagree with the Mueller report of instructions. He did that this morning as part of a soft landing effort. He called all of his sponsors and you know politics means soft landing. What you're going to hear today in the actual Mueller report is not what I agree with. I disagree with it. I don't think there was obstruction of justice. All of those cases have pointed out. I thought they were wrong. So that's one thing. The other thing, Trump has been insistent, and he will be insistent if he runs for re-election on saying, I don't owe the Russians anything for what they did in 2016. I don't owe them anything. Well, this report is very clear. The Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. There's all the ways, rallies, websites, all the work that they did, the hacking, all the ways that they did interfere. Barr this morning, over and over again in his statement this morning, said attempted to interfere. Efforts to interfere. Never once, and I think this was plain to the president, did he admit the statement in the bottom line of this report that the Russians did in fact interfere with the elections. I think those 2 points, hiding his disagreement over the obstructive justice decision and covering up for the Russian intervention, in fact, effective intervention in the campaign, are 2 big points he scored for Trump today.
And Chris, don't forget the net effect of the 4-page letter on an otherwise newsless Sunday afternoon was to give the president air cover to claim, as he was up until today, total exoneration, no collusion, no obstruction.
And along those lines, I mean, can anybody believe the president's responses, those written responses to the take-home exam he was given by Mueller? My God, it was like he had failed an Alzheimer's competency test 36 times. He said, I can't remember. We've been talking in the last couple of days, thanks to Robert Kaiser and Dr. Bush, there's 2 opening presidents. You can't remember anything. Is that to be believed? No. It's not that he's compromised to forget all those incidents, but he is somehow uses as his refuge. I gotta tell you, the thing that bothered me the most about it was Robert Mueller's report. I'll tell you, there's something in there that it makes moot to all effort. He says, I can't indict a president, but I've decided not to because of the curtailments ability to be president. Therefore, I can't accuse because of the unfair to defend himself. So what was he doing? If he can't indict the president, he can't accuse him. I can't exonerate him. I think it's very satisfactory to give the ball up to the basketball game and then one side grab the ball, another being far, grab the ball, and shot it and said, innocent.
So the final question for us, where does this leave us? Because Democrats in Congress have a real choice here about how and where to streamline their objections, their bills of particulars, and their investigation.
Well, they can take the obstruction of justice, they can take elements of the collusion part, clearly all this ball playing. I mean, I think the decision by the Mueller team to say you can't prosecute on a guy who takes some dirt from WikiLeaks, from Lucifer 2, and uses that as part of a propaganda campaign along the lines the Russians intended, which is to hurt Hillary and help Trump. I don't see that, that's not advancing a conspiracy, but I guess that's their legal judgment. It seems to be a big difference for their political purposes than someone in the objective media simply saying, here's the
No.
I think it's going to come down to...
Oh, I never left.
You did. I thought you said you was leaving. I was going to say back.
No, I tell you I was going to use the bathroom and then... I guess you didn't hear me. Yeah, I still haven't ran to about that. And she's what?
She's gonna come home. She's gonna come home and wanna
available.
fucking
Do you choose to leave now? That's the last of them. Objective is secure.
That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Knock that shit out.
Well, then you can't step back and say, well, now I'm going to make a political judgment. It's not in our interest to
Just
pursue
say
this
happy
in a
wife,
partisan
happy life.
fashion if that's what it comes to. Well, that's not being consistent. If you're going after the truth, go all the way to the truth. And the way to get to the truth is an impeachment exercise. That's how you get the truth. That's how you get the subpoena power that will be upheld. I think this Supreme Court will support the right of any Congress to advance the cause of an impeachment exercise.
gotta work on this damn
on YouTube. If you want to keep up to date with the videos we're putting out, you can click
On
subscribe.
what?
Just
Helios.
click over on this list to see lots of other
Shit is weak as fuck.
My experience with USAA.
I didn't know the Helios was so fucking weak, man.
You know,
After
these
using the
niggas.
cats and
Yeah.
being able to heal, you know, the cat all the time and going back to like the carrier, don't give me that problem. That shit got mad health. Like this damn man. I don't know. Let me rank it up, maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen watching in our audience, this is what the document looks like. Very familiar.
I'm trying to get peculiar growth.
Julia
other
Ainsley has
weird ass
made her way to
minds.
a camera. She's at the Justice Department. Julia.
Right, I've had some time to digest this. Reporters were given 2 notebooks this size, as well as an appendices, which includes some of the written statements from the president. The redactions were lighter than we expected them to be, mostly during ongoing investigations. Some of the highlights include the fact that the special counsel did consult the Office of Legal Opinion, but you
Our
cannot
position
indict
has been
somebody
compromised.
that counters
Defend the cargo until
reinforcements
reinforcements arrive.
that was not taken into consideration. One thing the special counsel
Rocket ship. A rocket ship.
traditional
Look.
investigation, we would not have to think about the fact that we're talking about the President of the United States.
Rocket ship, yeah.
So again, we were looking at that. They also go into several obstruction issues, and they've given us legal analysis of each. One of the things is that
Man, the rocket ship ain't gonna stay on that thing forever, man.
there was a special counsel appointment.
You saw my orbiter flying. He likes like rockets.
Sessions and his chief of staff sat back in his chair, said, "This is terrible. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I am effed." Talk about how to say that on air. That is not explicitly in the report. And he immediately took action to get rid of Jeff Sessions. He was talked out of that. Eventually,
Seems like it's gonna put his work. I don't know if this is a weapon that's gonna end up with a prime version.
What weapon?
Agonac. This is, I don't know what lab this is from.
Things that the president did in
Yeah, I've heard of it.
times that he flamed the
I don't know if it's any good. Said I've heard the name
Nobody
before, but I
uses
don't
this,
know.
bro. That's why the ribbon disposition is so high.
New explicitly
Oh, you got a ribbon on it? You
Yeah,
got a ribbon
the
on it?
ribbon yeah, the ribbon has 200 damage and 190 crit chance.
Yeah, I see.
So, even on automatic, with your status, it crits on automatic, and it's only. Yo, bro, listen. On semi-auto, it's higher crit, less status, right? It has 79 crit. If I put point strike on it, that shit goes up to like 140, 140 crit chance. And then the automatic goes up to 40, but it's still crits.
Countering to me is that the Attorney General said that when Robert Mueller he did not take into fact that he was talking about the president. It's clear here.
I mean, it does more when I have my finger hours.
He did take that into account, and that it wasn't a normal prosecution that you would do with an ordinary citizen.
And
What am I doing?
so we were right contemporaneously that what the president was doing and saying.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time. When I switch between screens after playing it for a long time.
Detailed, under the guise of you need look no further than these examples.
Oh, I'm using it's another sound in here that's wiping the map. I was wondering why the fuck there's no enemies. Dude, I have low power stream from my sports to
I sent you my Skyrim build, bro. Just make the same Skyrim build, bro. I sent this to you a long fucking time ago, dude. When you first was asking about Sarah, I sent you that build long time ago.
No,
I
I'm
already
not
sent
one.
it to you,
Oh
bro.
yeah, I wanted to use your limbo nuke limbo. That shit don't work for me. You must have sent me the wrong shit, bro.
Nah, I only got one nimble build.
Thank you.
Listen,
Well, that's not
the
true. I
one
got
that
a
I
taste
have
of
on, I
trying
took it to the
to
Similac room. It didn't kill nobody. I went against level
well,
30.
I'm going to kill you. Does that make it less of
what?
a murder when I do it?
Yeah,
It
all you gotta
didn't
do
do
is just cast
anything.
his fourth ability. That's all you gotta do.
Cast the fourth ability and then what? Cast it again?
Nothing. Just wait, they die automatically. It kills them.
Wait, do I cast it twice or once?
No, man, you only need to cast it once.
I don't understand. I casted
What
it
you
and
mean you
nothing
don't
happened.
understand?
I'll try it again.
They gotta make sure they're in the bubble. Gotta make sure
I
they're
was
in the
right in
bubble.
between all of the people. It doesn't work on Eximus? Is that what it is?
It works on anybody, really. Yeah, I don't know about Eximus. I know, Isle.
Well, I'm gonna
Like,
send
why
you
are
a
you
picture.
taking it to the... Don't take it to the... Simulation. Just
Why
take it to the
not?
damn... Just take it to Isle so you can use it and see it work. You're
But
obviously
if it's
doing
not
something
working in the
wrong.
Similac room, why
Why
would
would
it
you
work on
take
Isle?
it... Manito, baby. Just take it to Isle, bro. Just take it to Isle. Stand on the highest point in front of the defense objective. Watch all three corners. Watch the two corners and in front of you. As soon as you see the door open, cast it. Point it in that direction and cast it.
And so it's very interesting to give a summary. I think we're going to get into details later. Okay. But at a summary
So,
level, Brian, I'm going to read.
so you know it casts as a globe, right? So just imagine the center of the globe. Just imagine it, right? So you don't want to point the reticle right at the enemy. You want to put it a little below the enemy because you know because of the radius of the globe of the cataclysm that is going to catch them regardless of their if you cast it in the center or not. If they're going to get caught in the radius. That way you can catch like if I point it to the left, I can catch niggas from the left and the right spawning at the same time and they all just die. If it's on the right, I'll cast it just a little bit, just thinking about the radius that's gonna get laid down, and then just cast it, and make sure that that circle is covering both sides, and you just keep going back and forth. It's mad quick, it's not even like you'll be done with the mission in 3.5 minutes or 4.5 minutes.
Alright, I'm gonna send you my build when I get a chance. And tell me if I got the right shit on.
For what?
Extraction is ready.
For Limbo or
Unless you can handle the enemy.
If you
Or
see
maybe
the
you could tell
screenshot,
me.
if you have the screenshot that I sent you, it'll say nuke. If it says nuke, it's the right build.
That's the last of them. Objective
Anyway,
is
I'm out of a
secured.
mission now. I
Let's
can
go
check.
home.
I'll just tell you, and you just tell me. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's
Let
probably got
me
nerfed. Maybe you want to try it
stay in your
again.
arsenal. Stay in your arsenal. Everything get enough.
Are you still with us?
How baby?
Why Mueller didn't render an opinion on obstruction? Do you know what the answer is for why Mueller
I'm in the
came to his
I'm in the onslaught right now. As soon as I'm done.
You going to the kitchen? Take my coffee, baby, please.
Different details of this, and a lot of them seem to be relying on the fact that this wasn't
You gotta go what? Huh?
investigating. They
As a
say
matter of fact.
because he was president, it makes sense that he was using his Article 2 powers that a president has that others of
Are you at your Inaros build though? I mean, at your Limbo build?
No. I was just talking to you right now. I'm in onslaught right now. Yeah, but as soon as I'm done with it, I'm gonna send it to you. It's cool. You ain't gotta worry. I was just asking because maybe they patched it. I don't know.
There's nothing to patch. That's an ability. Why would they patch? It's not a glitch. It's not a glitch. That's his ability. It's called Cataclysm. Maybe you can call in the clouds and he gets hurt. If the enemies are low enough, it kills them automatically. Unless it's a nigga in a... Like sometimes you might have to hit the niggas with the nullifier bubble. Now you can just keep spamming, and the thing is, you don't need no energy, because it gets energy from killing the enemies.
Come on, guys, you're not doing it to me.
Potential crimes to prevent public disclosure of evidence.
Stop.
Efforts to have the Attorney General take control of the investigation. That would be the pressure around the position. Efforts to have Don McGahn, the White House counsel, deny that
The enemy is at our doorstep.
the special counsel.
We must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
What part of the cool was this?
I will say some of that was redacted because it would could harm an ongoing matter. This could be the further connecting of Plat. And then also the conduct involving Michael Cohen. One piece on Michael Cohen I need to dive into some more, but they explain that Michael Cohen was someone who was mistold about these Moscow tapes, and that in fact he had been lied to about the contents of them. So lots to dig into here, but Nicole, you're asking the right questions because they lay out this legal analysis. They get into whether or not the president had corrupt intent and know what he was doing. But in the end, it does appear to come down to that jump ball, and that sentence that we saw in the bottom line conclusion jumped out to me again today, which is not tolerate the president on the issue of obstruction. Another thing I'll point out is just the volume here. I mean, this is obstruction, much thicker than what we have here on collision. It's a much thinner thing. They get the amount of information I have here on obstruction is far.
You know this one. You shoot the catch one at like
inconclusiveness, and this would show the limits and how dangerous they not having an interview with
You shoot the catch one, You shoot the catch one what?
You shoot the catch one at like those taunts, break them.
Turret, yeah.
You know the style where ricochets, right?
No, I never know.
Alright, well.
Off the front, yeah. Off the back, no.
Off the back, everywhere. The ricochets. If an enemy is standing right after you, they get hit by the ricochet, it'll kill them.
That's weird. I never seen a ricochet of an enemy. I just see it from the front, but... You mean the ones that enemies sit in and shoot at you from?
Yeah. The enemies, like, get hit by the ricochet.
Is your catchman made out of bubble gum? Like, why that shit bounce, little nigga? My shit just melted. Something wrong with the catchman, bro. You got stuck to the catchman. Shit's pretty floaty. Shit bouncing.
This is really interesting. They say that after a year of pressing the president and his legal teams,
okay, 11. Look at this dumbass. Snake goat. Got everything maxed. Got it. Hang on. I'm on a few ways.
I think that's what really hinges all of this. That the obstruction is handled differently because we're talking about the president of the United States.
Man, it's got my head of restaurants out. So many people to kill. This shit almost... I think Onslaught gets you your weapons ranked up quicker than fucking Hydron.
Where?
What you think?
Yeah, but see... Oh yeah, what I thought. Yeah, hell yeah. But I'm not here on Hydron to level up. I just have a weapon that I'm leveling up in hopes of attracting the wolf. But yeah, I'm not trying to level up. I got 19 weapons in my foundry. So if I want to level up, they would have been leveled up a long time ago. I would have just done this, like I used to do when I first started playing. Just throw on unranked shit and just do my missions. You guys slowly level it up without even thinking about it. Or dedicating any time to it specifically. So yeah, boy, I think they got him. Look at this fucking Mueller report. I think they got him.
I am convinced.
I know what's gonna
Talking
happen.
about it, they don't have to do shit.
Yeah, they ain't gonna have a choice. There's too much evidence.
Oh, they got a choice.
I'm telling you, bro. They don't have a choice. If any of these niggas want to get reelected again, yeah, they gotta respond to facts. There's no that shit about this didn't happen and all this like defending shit. That shit is
Yeah, I
over.
can't fucking alive, man. This shit is so lagged out.
Yeah.
Attorney General told me, I said, why are you doing all this? And this was around the policy announcement where around the time.
Alright, I'm not going to the next pit after this. Cause this shit is too buggy. Every time I try to come on my operator, it lags. It doesn't let me.
This was an investigation at its core.
What the fuck kind of shit is this?
Daily, sometimes hourly assault on the rule of law in this country. And because he's chief executive, he sat in his pajamas watching Fox and Friends, maligning Robert Mueller, maligning
Check who's number one.
So
Internet is AIDS, bro.
Check who's number one. Send them a message. Give them a heads up. This shit is bullshit, my nigga.
walk in there and back up the guy doing the kicking. So the question for me now turns to why? Why? And why did it also goes back to, I know, but it goes back to the obstruction.
Yeah, mom just got home too.
He just happened to have so much free time that he just happened to write a 19-page memo saying that the president couldn't obstruct justice.
Extraction is ready. Unless
What's
you
the
can
highest the
handle
limits
more
can
of the
go?
enemy.
There is no limit. There is no limit.
Is secure. Let's go home.
On the topic of obstruction. I mean, it just puts in
There is no limit,
there will
pumpkin.
be a strong wave of
That nigga Life of Real had that shit up at. I stopped watching. He was live streaming. He had it at 52,000.
happened today. Why have we heard from Barr 5
He was live streaming and
report is so awesome.
a couple of players
We've now
noticed that shit. They was like, yo, how the fuck you doing 52,000 damage? And he broke it down. And it was obviously a team composition. And he was AFK the whole time. He didn't even have the controller in his hand. He was like drinking soda and eating and shit and talking shit. Yeah, and his Siren was just standing still there. Yeah, the team composition, I don't know how you do it. I wish I knew what stream it was, what date it was, the name of it, so I could fucking watch it again. So he had 3 other players with him, right? And all he did was cast his motherfucking spores one time and just sit down. And that's it. And the fucking, you could just see the numbers going up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 until they got to 52,000. And then I was
I seen $1.5 billion damage or something like that. Nova.
Oh
my billion damage. Yeah, he did $1 billion damage with the Nova Globe, Nova Orb that he cast.
Yeah, you could do that.
Didn't have a
I can see
Banshee.
it.
It wasn't a Banshee on his team. It was a Nova, Chroma. I think Octavia, and I forgot who the last person was. But yeah, he did like $1 billion damage per tick or some shit like that. Per hit, like every hit was $1 billion. Like every time he swung, like the whole map got nuked. That shit was retarded. Yeah, like some crazy ass like formula and shit. This equals that. This plus this buff equals this. Like you put an equation on the screen that you can't even fucking decipher, bro.
You can't if you know the algebra.
I've been thinking, Operator.
All you gotta know is algebra.
This franger, bro. This wasn't just algebra.
Yeah, it's just algebra. It's just a part of Warframe.
Equals this ability plus this ability. Take away this.
Still algebra at the foundation, puppy.
Huh?
It's still algebra at the foundation. That's the formula that he's using to explain what you gotta do in Warframe in specific. But that's algebra, yeah. I'm not the best at algebra, but I know what algebra is.
Whatever, man. That nigga That nigga was nuking the map, dog. That's what I was with. That's what I was concerned with. That nigga was nuking.
The president sincerely believed that his political
Duke Nukem, man. Duke Nukem.
The same can be said about an Erdogan, a Putin,
And if I'm correct, when
So
you
now that
top,
I got my Helios on, this nigga don't
sincerely believe that their political standing.
yo, and if I'm correct, when you cast toxic lash, I don't know if your squad mates have to be within your range or whatever, but it also gives them the ability so that if they hit an enemy that's infected by your spores, it'll keep on spreading it.
I think was extraordinarily weakly argued. I also think, Brian, it's important to note that essentially the Attorney General
did you cop the shit the bunny ears?
Yeah.
Mr. Egg?
Yeah, I put it on by mistake and took that shit off. It didn't look right on my nose. It looked disrespectful. Took that shit right the fuck on.
It is remarkable, and Jeremy's right. I mean, the country's top law enforcement officials should have underscored the headline that Jeremy just did. The reason we're getting to it an hour in is because he didn't make it. The Trump campaign did collude with WikiLeaks on the dissemination. No crime was committed, and we should all celebrate that our president and his campaign didn't commit a crime. But the reason it's an hour afterward that we're getting to these really revelatory things in the Mueller investigation.
Where's my coffee, man?
Your analysis about the coordination with WikiLeaks in terms of dissemination is spot on. And what is the protection for our country to make sure that not just the Trump campaign, but some other campaign doesn't do the same thing? It's a critically important point.
Pásame el cuchillo allá arriba, por favor.
As part of the apparatus of our government, along with the intelligence community, the Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies, that's supposed to defend the country, not just defend the political standing of the president. And we need a Department of Justice. We need an Attorney General who is going to be resolute in that defense, one who understands that this was a threat.
Yeah, I'm reading Mueller's report right now. It says there was no collusion. This was a total witch hunt. It says it front page, bro. Mueller's report. No collusion, total witch hunt. You saw that? Mueller's report?
No. They don't say that.
They don't say that?
Yeah, no. I did see the part. They don't say that.
So why is Trump saying that that's what it says?
Oh yeah, that's what he said.
You don't believe him?
Yeah,
you wild. You don't believe Trump, man. Total witch hunt, dog. Oh. Total witch hunt equals no collusion.
I just want to hear what these niggas are gonna say now.
Man, a total witch hunt.
Don't move, because I need you to stick around to participate in the questioning of our next guest. We've been joined by Jay Sekulow, who is on the president's legal team. Counselor, thank you very much for joining us. My first question, I'm afraid, is going to verge on plain English.
Yo, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna back up the party for now.
Including 4 mentions that there was no collusion. What document was he reading compared to the one we're left with?
I'm gonna go smoke.
Page 2 of the document says the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign coordinated with the Russian government in its election of interference activities.
Buddy.
So it's right from the document itself.
Have you read part 1?
I have read part 1 and part 2.
You find good news in here for the president and the administration?
The investigation did not, page 181, the investigation did not establish that the contacts described in volume 1, that's the Russian contacts, amounted to an agreement to commit any violation of federal criminal law, including foreign influence and campaign finance laws. Yeah, I think it's a very good win.
Nicole Wallace.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, Nicole. Hey, Nicole. How are you? Good.
I'm not a fancy lawyer, so maybe we can switch over
you're very smart, though. Go ahead.
To normal people speak. I've read a lot of news accounts with your quotes about the rebuttal. Are you
intending to rebut any part of the obstruction report that Robert Mueller released?
Right now, we were prepared, and as you can imagine, as lawyers would be, for multiple scenarios here. Right now, we're responding to the media requests like you all did, and like you all asked, and we're responding. Right now, we haven't decided whether we will need to release anything. My expectation is right now we don't.
Well, the entire obstruction report seems to be made up of terribly incriminating depictions of the president's conduct. I presume Don McGahn is someone you hold in high regard, Jay?
Well, let me tell you what.
Is Don McGahn someone you hold in high regard?
I think. Look, I don't know Don McGahn that well. I know from his testimony. I'm sure Don's a fine person. Let me say this, okay? This is what it says. Page 78. Don McGahn ultimately did not quit, and the president did not follow up on the McGahn's request. Again, page.
Jay, I'm going to copy the report. You're here because we're so lucky to get to talk to you. So I'm going to be here from you. I'm not opinion about Don McGahn's personal commentary. I'm not asking you to, but Jay, you're here to offer your analysis. You believe Don McGahn.
The witnesses that testified.
The Mueller report came out today, babe. They fucked the president up. I said the Mueller report came out today. And the president is fucked.
And what's interesting and important, Bill Barr said, even though they didn't agree with those theories,
He even said it himself.
the lens that Mueller had set
Trump.
and determined that there was no obstruction.
When he found out,
Here, and I know you are,
almost 2 years ago,
did not frame a case for obstruction because
that Mueller was going to be investigated, he said, well, that's the end of my presidency. I'm fucked. It's all over the news. I'm surprised. Yeah, nobody's put it up on Facebook yet. I don't know.
I guess, Jay, I'm not challenging you on the read of the whole time, and obviously we all get to read the same words, but when we have your time, I would just love, you and again, the conservative legal circle is not a wide ocean of people. We both know it's a pretty small universe, and you and Don McGahn were both in it. You both served Donald Trump. Don McGahn's testimony, as we see from the footnotes here, is devastating for your client, Donald Trump. He sought to have Jeff Sessions unrecuse himself, another member of that very small.
I'm not going to get into ad hominem attacks on anybody. What I'm going to say is this, okay?
I'm asking you what your assessment is as the president's lawyer of content as described here by witnesses like Don McGahn.
Yeah, my assessment is, Nicole, as is the assessment of the United States Department of Justice, including the Office of Legal Counsel, and ultimately, Bob Mueller's, that there was no obstruction.
Is that a high enough bar for the President of the United States, Jay? That you didn't commit criminal obstruction, let's go back to work?
That's the legal standard that applies to situations like this under not only the guidelines that are set forth within the case law in the District of Columbia, but also within the Justice Department manual.
As they said, fancy lawyer speak, but I'm asking you about the conduct that's described.
He won't answer.
Were you prepared to have to defend your client from trying to fire Robert Mueller, which was obviously under scrutiny for many, many months, trying to get Jeff Sessions to unrecuse,
Robert Mueller completed his investigation and did his report and was not fired.
Ari Melber.
Jay, good afternoon to you. Ari Melber here. Thanks for joining us. And given that you represent the president, I would say, as a legal matter, congratulations that there is some good news in the report for you, for your client. Let me drill down on two important points we'd like to run back to you. Number one, the White House counsel received this early copy of at least a redacted version of the report. If the report is fair and good for you, is it really appropriate for one side that was the subject of the probe to get that early version, and when did you receive it? And then number two, while there is good news, as I mentioned, Mr. Mueller makes very clear in this report that the Attorney General has released that, quote, the investigation established several individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign lied to the office and Congress about their interactions with Russian affiliated individuals in related matters. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russian interference. Is your position that you accept that finding, and if so, does your client, the president, condemn those kind of lies that interfered with his own Justice Department?
Let's do this in order. So restate your first question, because your second one was pretty long. So give me your first question again so I can respond to that, then I'll do number two.
The first question is, when did you receive this report?
Yeah.
And
so
is it appropriate for the White House to get an early copy before Congress?
Well, of course, the White House, I didn't receive it like as the White House would have, as the private counsel. So I want to be clear on that. So the White House would have received it, and I don't know the details of how they received it, within the inter-agency, it's interdepartmental. It's all the Article 2. It's all within the executive. So that's how they would have received it.
I suppose I'm looking for a date for when you and they received it.
I don't know when they received it. I can tell you that we put in a request, I believe it was Thursday of last week, that since our client was the subject of the report, that we should be given an opportunity to review it. Not to edit it, not to change it, not to redact it, to review it. And as Bill Barr said, under practices under the Office of Government Ethics Act, we were allowed to see it. We reviewed it on Tuesday late afternoon and then Wednesday morning.
So you, as a lawyer for the president, received this on Tuesday with others?
Some on Tuesday, some on Wednesday, and it was with a team report.
And you don't see any appearance of impropriety to your client as a potential subject of part of this, that no, you received it before the Congress?
Precisely because of what you just said. Since our client was the subject of a lot of the discussion in the report, and that's the practice under the Office of Government Ethics, as Bill Barr set forward, and you would see it before something.
We got you on the record on that. The other question was, Mueller finds these lies. I read you the quote. Do you accept that finding? And if so, does the president condemn those lies that interfered with his own Justice Department's investigation?
No, I mean, I'm not. I know which ones I believe you're talking about. The president doesn't support anyone telling lies. So let's be crystal clear on that. In the course of this investigation, if people were under oath and made inconsistent statements or statements that were material, there's a standard that applies under a false statement under 1001 of the 18 U.S.C., which is the criminal code. I'm trying not to be that technical, Nicole, but under the criminal code, there's a standard that applies. So that's what that is. No one's
laughing at him.
supporting
Hilarious.
talking about perjury or changing this.
It's interesting to learn from you when you received this, confirming on air Tuesday, as well as your discussions with our journalist, Brian Williams.
Tuesday and Wednesday, by the way. We were there Tuesday and Wednesday, to be clear. Yeah.
Understood. And so getting you on the record, as well as having the back and forth with Brian and Nicole and myself, on a big news day for your client, Jay Sekulow, attorney for the President of the United States. Thank you for joining our coverage.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, Aaron, what have we learned?
Well, you heard the news there. A lot of debate over when we're going to get this report. I think everyone knows about that. Mr. Sekulow, and this is why interviewing people can always yield information, just confirmed on MSNBC that they had this report on Tuesday. Chairman Nadler said last night that he viewed this process as inappropriate and suspicious. It will be interesting and newsworthy, Brian, to hear other leaders like Chairman Nadler, who has oversight over the Justice Department, react to that as well, because the questions now are about if parts of the report...
There's nothing else on the news channel. That's all you see. It's the Mueller report.
Like what I just reported on Don Jr. Why such a suspicious rollout and why a selective release? We'll see what other officials say about that.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for watching MSNBC on YouTube. If you want to keep up to date with the videos we're putting out,
In the Mueller report that he instructed his White House counsel, Don McGahn, to fire the special counsel Robert Mueller. One thing we should point out, Wolf, the White House held a conference call with some of its surrogates this afternoon. We exclusively obtained some of the excerpts from that conference call. And in this conference call, a White House official is telling some of the White House surrogates one of the reasons behind this. And it says, you just talked about this a few moments ago in the president's tweet. It says here, according to this conference call, White House officials said the president did not fire Sessions, Mueller, or Rosenstein, even though he had the power to do so. The president basically just tweeted about that. So that gives us a sense as to how the president is going to respond to all of this. But Wolf, I also talked to a Trump advisor, the president, vice president for a long time, about this instruction to Don McGahn to give him special counsel Robert Mueller. And it's a pretty strong reporting of this Trump advisor. From time to time, aides and advisors to the president did not carry out his orders and say that essentially he's just talking out loud. This was the rationale potentially behind what was happening with Don McGahn. Clearly, Don McGahn said, according to the Mueller report, that he did not want to trigger some kind of Saturday night massacre. But it is alarming, I think, Wolf. You know this from covering presidents for a very long time. Typically, when the commander-in-chief, when the president of the United States instructs an aide or an advisor to do something, that order is carried out unless, of course, it is something that is illegal. Going on into some of the other parts of this briefing that was given to some of the surrogates earlier today, one of the questions came up about this issue of obstruction and how Robert Mueller did not clear the president of obstruction. According to a White House official talking with Trump surrogates earlier today, quote, that was a political statement, not a prosecutorial statement. And so, Wolf, we're just starting to get some early warning signs of some of the talking points that the White House is going to be using here in the coming days to explain all of this. But, Wolf, one thing that is, I think, extremely unavoidable in the days to come, and that is we were over here at the White House on a daily basis, the press covering the White House. We were lied to. We were misled on a regular basis in terms of what was going on with this Mueller investigation. You recall the instance in the Mueller report that gets to Sarah Sanders making this stunning admission to the special counsel's team that she was not really telling the press the truth when she said that the reason why she didn't pay the former FBI director was fired was because he had lost the faith of the rank and file FBI agents in that bureau. That is not the case, and Sarah Sanders is much in this Mueller report, and so there's instance after instance after instance. The White House was just not enough to find that they're now reacting to the Mueller report. Tell us what you're looking at.
Yeah, House Democrats are trying to pursue their investigation on the multiple fronts in the aftermath of the release of this redacted report. First off the bat, the House's Judiciary Committee plans to subpoena as soon as tomorrow for the full those could still be sometime soon to get some more information and to fuel the Democratic investigation into potential obstruction of justice. Now, at the same time, they expect Bill Barr to face sharp questions when he appeared before the House Judiciary Committee in early May. Jerry Nadler, the chairman of the committee, made very clear he's not happy with the way Bill Barr has handled this process, even as a top Republican in the Senate defended it.
Barr has so far refused to work with the committee to provide us with information. The kind of information that has been customarily provided in the past, and to which the Judiciary Committee is entitled. These concerns and many others will be addressed when Barr testifies before the committee on May 2nd. Even in its incomplete form, however, the Mueller report, incomplete because part of it is redacted, even in its incomplete form, however, the Mueller report outlines disturbing evidence that President Trump engaged in obstruction of justice and other misconduct.
You could not have asked for more objective individuals to be involved in this process. This investigation could not have been handled in a better way.
Now, also, Wolf, the House Intelligence Committee does plan to pursue its own investigations, also looking into finances and whether the president was compromised in any way. Democrats believe he may have been tied to foreign interests, something they believe the Mueller report did not fully explore. So that's still going to be a line of inquiry in the months ahead, even as Republicans say it's time to move on.
All right, Bono, thanks very much. If people thought that with the release of this report, all this was over, guess what? It's not over if you listen to the Democrats in the House of Representatives.
However, anytime soon, and I think going back to the question of whether Democrats will pursue or at least start talking about it on a more regular and consistent basis, they're pausing, and that's because one thing we haven't heard today is Republicans speaking out in protest against the president or changing their views on the president following what came out of this report. In fact, you had the GOP come out and say once again, he has been vindicated. And if I can just say one more thing that I was a bit surprised by from going through the report, and that is someone who came out at least rather unscathed versus others, and that is Jeff Sessions. Because he remained defiant when he recused himself, and that was the most angry that many had seen the president. When he recused himself, he stuck to it. He offered and submitted his letter of resignation. The president toyed with it and held it for a few days, asking others what he should do with it. He said that he would be a hero if he unrecused himself. I don't even know if that's something that you can do, but he begged him in multiple areas to not
be not to accuse himself. He stuck to his ground and said, I'm not going to do it, and there's ample reason why I should have recused myself.
Sessions does come across nicely in this report as his successor, Bill Barr, does not necessarily, based on what he said today and over the past few weeks, does not necessarily come out.
Indeed, and one of the things I was surprised by that Congressman Himes said is like, well, we want to call witnesses, but we don't want to call anybody mentioned here. This is all done. Why wouldn't you call Don McGahn and have him tell that story to the public? Just because it's 400 pages that a handful of people might read, why don't you let people see in person what it was like to have the President of the United States tell you to fire Robert Mueller? Why don't you call Jeff Sessions again and have him tell the story of how the President berated him constantly to unrecuse himself? I mean, the idea that this report is somehow everything that people need to know in the form that everybody needs to know, it seems wrong to me.
Everybody stick around. There's a lot more. We're following much more in the breaking news, the release of the special counsel Robert Mueller's report, analysis of all the new details it provides, and a closer look at what Congress may do next. We'll be right back.
Let's blow the candles together.
Okay, let's huff and puff.
Like you do sometimes, Grandpa?
Well, when you have COPD, it can be hard to breathe. So my doctor said,
Sympacort can help you breathe better, starting within 5 minutes. It doesn't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden symptoms. Sympacort helps provide significant improvement of your lung function. Sympacort is for COPD, including chronic bronchitis and emphysema. It should not be taken more than twice a day. It may increase your risk of lung infections, osteoporosis, and some eye problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it.
Sympacort could mean a day with better breathing.
Watch out, piggies!
Ask your doctor if Sympacort is right for you. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help. Can you proud of us?
Protect your family, your business, and everyone who counts on you. See how Lincoln can help.
I landed. I saw my leg did not look right.
I was just finishing a ride. I felt this awful pain in my chest.
Oh, I saw this one, this one. I saw it yesterday. That's the performance that I saw yesterday, him. And I was like, who's this nigga Whiting? They spell it W-A-Y-D-I. Or you pronounce it Whiting. Let's see this one. Yo. Killed him again. It's like he knows when all the parts are coming up. See? I'm fucked with it.
So it looks like the Democratic leadership in the House of Representatives
See, look,
want to go forward.
Mueller report says that Trump said, "This is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked," when he found out that Mueller was appointed to him.
So then the House has to decide, A, do they want to
See,
impeach?
this is the end of my presidency. I'm fucked. That's what Trump said.
Schiff was suggesting, is that politically viable for them 18 months before an election? Just to go back to what Susan was saying a moment ago, I think here you have lawyers involved here. Attorney General Barr is a lawyer. The president has his own legal team. They're relying on the popular understanding, the layperson's understanding, that essentially if there's no crime of conspiracy, then if the president has the right to hire and fire all these people, up to and including Mueller, then how can there possibly be obstruction of justice, even though we know that obstruction includes attempting to obstruct justice, and even if you can't indict a city.
We have a lot more to discuss.
Very quickly, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Well, I just don't think we should give the impression that the choice for the House of Representatives is impeachment or silence. They can still investigate, and it seems should investigate, a lot of the stuff that is raised in the Mueller report, even if they don't actually move to impeachment.
That's an important point as well. I want to get the reaction from Democratic Congressman Ted Glacier of Florida. He's a member of the Judiciary Committee as well as the Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. You've gone through the 400-page report. What stands out in your mind? What have you learned?
Well, what the Mueller report lays out, and let's be clear about something, and your panel was just discussing this, in the absence of the shameful way that the Attorney General of the United States played the role of counsel to the president rather than the chief law enforcement officer of this country, in the absence of the spin that Attorney General Barr has put out there for the past almost month, the takeaway would be this. Mueller showed us that the president of the United States was terrified when he learned that this investigation had started. He was terrified that it would be the end of his presidency. He then, on multiple occasions, more than 10 times, tried to interfere with the investigation. When asked about it, he didn't respond the way he responds on Twitter with his typical bluster. He told us more than 30 times. He told Mueller more than 30 times.
I don't remember.
He doesn't recall. He doesn't have direct recollection. And finally, the Mueller report makes clear that it is Congress that has the authority to enforce the obstruction laws, and that is consistent with our constitutional basis, our constitutional system of checks and balances, to show that no one is above the law. it's clear from this Mueller report that the next step is for Congress to show that the rule of law actually means something in America, and that we pick up this investigation and go full speed ahead.
Yeah, if you go through the actual written question and answer document that they released today, the president answering in writing questions that were submitted in writing from Mueller, almost every answer.
Mueller said, I can't find him guilty, but Congress can.
Remember, I have no independent recollection. I do not.
Like trying to say, hey,
every answer.
you gotta do what you gotta do. I gave you all the information y'all need to do it.
Congressman, that the report, the 400-page report, shows evidence of obstruction of justice.
Of course it does, Wolf. As clear as day. Remember, we went into this having been told incorrectly, totally mischaracterizing the report, having been told by the Attorney General that the choice of the Mueller team was whether or not to prosecute. The choice that was given to the Mueller team because of the rules at the Justice Department was simple. Exonerate, find the president not guilty of obstruction, or don't find the president not guilty, because you can't exonerate. And that was the conclusion that Mueller reached. And if that's the conclusion, and he then goes on to make clear that it is Congress that can apply these obstruction laws, and that there are more than 10 times laid out in great detail that the president attempted to obstruct justice, then it's incumbent upon the House of Representatives and our Judiciary Committee to continue this investigation to ensure, as Mueller asks us to do, to ensure that no one is above the law.
Well, it's one thing to continue the investigation. It's another thing to launch formal impeachment proceedings in the House Judiciary Committee, and you're a member of the committee. Where do you stand on impeachment?
Well, it is different.
He ain't gonna answer.
The first thing that we need to do is to continue where Mueller left off, to examine all of these areas of obstruction of justice. Then something is going to happen, and there hasn't been enough discussion about this. Something's going to happen as the House goes forward. And that's going to be now with the full benefit of the entire Mueller report. Will the Republican members of our committee, will the Republicans in the House and Senate continue as they have since the president was sworn into office? Will they continue to serve as the president's chief defender, or will they view their job as defending the Constitution of the United States? That's going to be on them. And as more of this is uncovered, as we continue this investigation, I just think it's going to be more and more difficult for them to continue to bury their heads in the sand and say
they can't already do it right now. Just what they released.
But the president's attorney general said it's fine, so let's move on. The rule of law, I know, means something to every member of Congress, and it's time that my Republican colleagues start to show that they care about it as well. Then it will be clear what happens next.
Well, in private conversations with your Republican colleagues, have you heard any indication at all?
I answered
toward that?
Well, I haven't had conversations with them today. It's been a lot of time reading this report, as I know a lot of them have. And I don't think, based on what Barr told us, and based on what Barr told them incorrectly, I don't think that they believed that it was going to be as clear as this report lays out, that there were going to be 11 cases of obstruction of justice, that the Mueller report was going to make clear that Congress can act next. So it's a lot more difficult for my Republican colleagues. This isn't just a decision made by House leadership or the leadership of the Judiciary Committee. This is going to require the pressure that builds upon so many of my colleagues to finally stand up and defend the rule of law. That's more important than ever after we've had a chance to dig into this 400-page report, and that's even without the redacted information that Barr needs to make available to everyone in Congress, not just to a select few.
Congressman Ted Deutsch of Florida, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf. I appreciate it.
All right, let's go to our chief witness, Jim Acosta. Jim, based on the Mueller's report, and it's lengthy, it seems the president dodged the conclusion of obstruction in part because his aides refused to follow his orders. And that's really a major bombshell that we learned from this report.
Oh, that's right, Wolf. And I asked a longtime Trump advisor about this, somebody who's been with him since the campaign. You know, what is it with that? Why is it that he had aides essentially thwarting his efforts to obstruct this investigation and get rid of the special counsel, Robert Mueller? And in the words of this advisor, anyone who is in the president's order ignores him from time to time. This is in the words of this advisor, and that sometimes it's just him thinking out loud in terms of some of these outlandish things like go get rid of the special counsel, Robert Mueller. But he didn't just dodge this obstruction charge. He was dodging questions from reporters as he left the White House earlier this afternoon. We were told by top aides over here at the White House, including Kellyanne Conway, that it was very likely the president would be taking questions from reporters when he left from here. And it's just very curious, Wolf, because if the president is so confident in the findings from the Mueller report, and if he feels like he's in the clear, then why on earth did he avoid taking questions from reporters, especially obviously that he does not want to take it this time, apparently. I mean, first and foremost is that order that he gave to Don McGahn, the White House counsel, to fire special counsel Robert Mueller. But I think also, Wolf, this notion that he said at one point, according to the Mueller report, that the appointment of special counsel Robert Mueller was the end of his presidency, that he was effed. That runs completely counter to what we were told at briefing after briefing over here at the White House, that the president wasn't worried at all, that he knew he hadn't done anything wrong at all. And Wolf, some of this is baked into some of these talking points that we're starting to obtain from the White House that went out to surrogates this afternoon. They had a conference call with some of their surrogates, and they said during this conference call about, this question of firing people underneath the president, including Robert Mueller, the special counsel. And it says the president did not fire Sessions, did not fire Mueller, did not fire Rosenstein, even though he had the power to do so. That's something the president just tweeted a short while ago. And so I think that's an early indication as to what we're going to be hearing from the president. But it's very puzzling, Wolf, as to why the president did not stop and talk to reporters when aides were saying, oh, he feels great about this. He feels relieved. He's not worried at all. Then why on earth did he not stop and talk to reporters and explain all of this before he left for Easter weekend?
Assuming you didn't want to take tough questions from your White House colleagues over there, but we'll find out sooner rather than later. Jim Acosta, thanks very much. Let's get back to our analysts and our experts. Preet Bharara is with us, our senior legal analyst, former federal prosecutor, U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. You've gone through, I assume, a big chunk of this, although you've been busy all day. What do you think?
I think it's an extraordinary document. And the folks who are saying that it paints a picture of, I don't know a word to use other than crazy times in the White House, where people were asked to lie repeatedly. People have lied about the lies. And as some people have concluded, and as Bob Mueller and his team specifically say, very directly say, some of the instruction was not able to be carried out because some folks in the White House, who, by the way, in other circumstances, haven't necessarily distinguished themselves honorably, but on many, many occasions, Don McGahn, Corey Lewandowski, and others have said, we're not going to do that. I think that's a big deal.
If you had been in charge, if you were Robert Mueller, you're the former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, and you were charged with doing this, what would you have done, if anything, different?
Well, I would have taken the same view that not everyone loves, that Bob Mueller and his team did, and that is that the interpretation by the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice is that a sitting president cannot be indicted or prosecuted. And probably would have done something similar and laid out all the facts. And the other thing I think that's extraordinary about the document, I had always predicted, based on Bill Barr's dissemination of his 4-page summary, that the question of obstruction would be very, very close. A lot of facts to support obstruction, some facts that did not support obstruction. If you read the second part of the Mueller report, it kind of leans towards a plausible case of obstruction. And we learned really for the first time, because I don't think we were left with the right impression by Bill Barr's letter. Bob Mueller makes very clear that the reason that he's not making a decision, and this must have been said before, the reason he's not making a decision on obstruction is because of this OLC, Office of Legal Counsel, opinion that says you can't prosecute a sitting president. What I think is also very sort of interesting and notable is that he says, but on the other hand, the legal opinion allows a sitting president to be investigated. So we're going to do that. It also allows a sitting president to be prosecuted after he leaves office, and makes the point specifically to say, so we therefore did a thorough investigation to preserve the evidence. It seems to me, we've been talking a lot about whether or not he was punting to Congress. Yeah, to some extent, of course, but also preserving the possibility that some other entity, a prosecutor's office, could charge the president after he leaves office.
Well, I then ask you the question, since the Attorney General said, well, there's no obstruction. I've decided there's no obstruction. How does that affect what Mueller did? Because this doesn't sound like he expected the Attorney General to do that.
No, look, I think to the extent we were wondering, did Bob Mueller intend to let Bill Barr take the ball? And by the way, I think Bill Barr said this morning at the press conference that I heard through someone else that Bob Mueller thought it was my prerogative. That clearly can't be true, because Bob Mueller is within the Justice Department. And you might disagree with his view, but Bob Mueller said that in his position at the Justice Department, given what the OLC opinion says, he did not think it was appropriate for fairness reasons and other factors to make a determination on obstruction. If he doesn't think it's right for him to make a determination, it can't be the case that he thinks it's right for the Attorney General to make a determination. For all intents and purposes, for this question, they stand in the same position. The only people who stand in a different position are the House of Representatives and a future version of a U.S. Attorney's Office when Donald Trump is out of office.
You know, it's interesting, Jeffrey Tubin, when you hear what Preet is saying, I'm anxious to get your thoughts on this specific issue as well, whether in fact Mueller was punting to Congress. It's up to you guys.
I don't think punting is necessarily the right word. Punting suggests that it was somehow something he couldn't figure out, that the question was just like too hard. I think what Mueller was saying, and I know he was saying this because he said it, is that if he were to recommend a prosecution in a legal context where there could be no prosecution, it would be unfair to the president because there would be no way to respond. When a prosecutor like Preet indicts someone, implicit in that decision is the opportunity for the defendant to go to court, a jury, a judge, and say, I'm not guilty. If Mueller had said there is a prosecutable case here and he should be indicted, but I can't indict him, that would have been a certain level of unfairness because there was no way for the president to respond. But that is very different from the impression that Barr has now left twice, that Mueller somehow shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, maybe he could have committed obstruction of justice, maybe he didn't. That's not what this report says.
Certainly not. You're not playing. Susan, what do you think?
Yeah, no, look, I think that this goes to clear. I think it's relatively clear that Mueller is teeing this up as a question for Congress to answer. And I do think that it demonstrates why Congress sort of reducing this down to just a question about whether or not he can actually be convicted and removed, and therefore impeachment isn't necessary. Is reductive and would be themselves punting on their constitutional obligation here. We always want to be careful whenever we're describing criminal charges or accusations against people, and it's important to be careful here as well. I do think it's fair to say this is a very strong case for obstruction of justice. There is a strong case on the side of the argument that this is obstruction of justice. And so whenever that kind of case is put on the table, and Congress then says, well, I guess it's close on either side, and so we're not going to pursue this further, that says something about the failure of separation of powers in the United States that I do think has long-term implications for the country.
I think it's a pretty strong case. Not as close as we were led to believe. I agree with what Jeffrey Tubin said. Also, when you read the document, it's not just a factual recitation. There's also some legal analysis. And the Mueller special counsel team says over and over again, they're pretty dismissive of some of the arguments that we've heard from Trump lawyers, including Rudy Giuliani and someone who's not a Trump lawyer, but Alan Dershowitz, who basically says the Constitution in some ways prevents the prosecution of the president for doing what are facially appropriate things under his constitutional authority. They say no. And they say in other cases, the positions taken by the Trump lawyers are contrary to the litigating positions the Department of Justice has taken in other cases, which, they're on pretty good ground when they're taking the Department of litigating.
It's interesting, because in this document, they make it clear there are 14 ongoing investigations being conducted by other U.S. attorneys, including in the Southern District of New York right now, at least one, probably more than one, and all that information, most of that information is very, very, we don't know what's going on, but presumably these are very significant investigations.
I would think so. And you also just face the question, why is it that Bob to me doesn't sound like they were not sure which way the wind should blow, but that they thought they had enough.
Let me get Mark Massetti to weigh in. Where is this all heading?
Well, it's headed certainly to Congress, where there is impeachment or not. There seems to be a clear impulse to investigate this further. I think there's a sense among Democrats that there's real momentum to keep this as an issue for some period of time, and that means getting Bob Barr up to the hill and getting Robert Mueller off its subpoenaing their documents. So it's very much a political matter. On the other side, to add on to something that was just said, it was extraordinary to me to see that there were 14 criminal referrals to come out of the Mueller investigation. We knew of some. I think only 2 have been publicly revealed. So that just shows the intricate nature of this investigation. It's spun out in so many different directions. Many of them we still don't know about, and that's going to keep everyone busy for a while too.
It's not really that this focus exclusively on the question of criminality and legality. That's the larger question of basic acceptability. Is it acceptable for the President of the United States to falsely accuse the former FBI director of lying under oath? Right? One of the things that this report does is vindicate Jim Comey's entire story, sort of top to bottom. Is it acceptable? Documents dozens of lies coming from the White House, from the president himself, to the American people. Is that acceptable?
And is it acceptable, particularly from a national security standpoint, for members of a campaign, even though they weren't actively or tacitly colluding with Russians, to say, hey, come on into my office, because you know what? It might benefit my campaign. How do you govern that? Should they pick up the phone and call their general counsel and say, you know what? We have a problem here. The Russians are trying to infiltrate our campaign. But is it okay if they didn't direct it? The other conversation.
We just arrived at this beach, Florida. This is what we did. All made sure he didn't speak. To reporters as he was leaving South Florida, White House, I don't know if he's going to speak to reporters, but I suspect he won't. It's sort of like the simple reason is if he would have spoken just before leaving Washington around 4 p.m. Eastern, all of us have gone through